Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the starting session of the Shaping Young Minds program. Before I request Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, to deliver the introductory remarks, a few words about her. A seasoned and accomplished professional, Ms. Sethi has had a distinguished career of over 3 decades and is currently heading the All India Management Association as its Director General. With her stellar leadership, she has transformed AIMA into a new age industry body and heightened the association's reach, portfolio, and presence, not just in India, but overseas as well. A visionary and intuitive leader, she has accelerated AIMA's journey of digital transformation during the COVID crisis. She ensured business continuity at AIMA with the early and efficient adoption of digital technology and remote solutions. As a result of this relentless pursuit for excellence, over the years, she has built on AIMA's inherent strengths. And today, the organization offers contemporary management programs and services, not just to management students and young professionals, but to senior industry experts and leaders as well. A versatile and multifaceted professional, she's on the boards of leading Indian companies, including Sun Pharmaceutical Industries and some of its subsidiaries, CESC, Spencer's Retail Limited, Hero Steels Limited, and Motherson Sumi. She also represents AIMA on the boards and councils of several prominent international bodies and institutes. An alumnus of St. Stephen's College, Delhi, Ms. Sethi has also spent 17 years with the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, where she led the initiative to create high-profile international events to promote India's economic interests. With these few words, may I now request Ms. Sethi to address us all.
Good morning to everybody, students, faculty, young managers, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first ever National Shaping Young Minds program, which is being held virtually for the very first time. This is, of course, thanks to technology as we get more comfortable with it. It's a pleasure to have you all with us and a very warm welcome to you. Ideally, we should have met in person, but times are far from ideal, and we must find ways around the constraints and carry on. Hence, today's National SYMP is born with students and young people, not just from one city or town, but from across India. We are able to hold a Shaping Young Minds program at a scale that would be impossible in the physical world. The National SYMP has close to 20,000 registrations from across the country, with nearly 260 business schools and management institutes participating in the program. My special compliments to the Thrissur Management Association for signing up over 6,500 participants, the largest from any region. Congratulations to all at TMA. This is no mean feat. I also appreciate the efforts of other LMAs that have involved students and young managers in significant numbers in this SYMP. I would like to make a special mention of the Navsari, Jamshedpur, Hyderabad, Bhatinda, Kerala, Calcutta, Ludhiana, and Rajkot LMAs in this regard. Thank you very much for your support. For those who are not able to directly join us, this SYMP is also being live streamed on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages, which is one of our sponsors, is also streaming the program on its social media channel. I would also like to take a moment to thank Reliance India Limited and Coca-Cola India for supporting the program as principal sponsors, and also Siksha Yantan Foundation for being the co-sponsor. Your support has helped us to bring this program to many across India. Friends, the Shaping Young Minds program has been around for nearly 2 decades, and tens and thousands of management students and young managers have benefited from it. Until the COVID interruption, more than 70 SYMPs have been held in 30 big and small cities across India. Hopefully, we would be continuing with that trend. But for today's National SYMP, we have lined up an array of outstanding speakers, business leaders, artists who have overcome challenges and capitalized on opportunities to achieve extraordinary success. They will be joining us to share their life stories and career mantras with you. Our iconic achievers in this SYMP include Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, a hero of India's automotive industry and a patron of technology startups and also of Indian culture. Ustad Amjad Ali Khan, the saint of Sarod. Mr. Mohandas Pai, the data man as we like to call him, and a financial wizard who helped build Infosys into an IT giant. Mr. Shrinivas Dempo from Goa's House of Dempo, Mr. Piyush Pandey, the irrepressible persuader from the world of advertising and marketing, and Mr. Pranjal Sharma, economic analyst, advisor, and writer, and author, India Automated. It is a privilege to have them with us today, and they have generously agreed to interact with you all and offer guidance for achieving success as professionals and entrepreneurs. The timing of this SYMP is crucial. The pandemic has damaged the economy and made it harder for new graduates to find the kind of jobs they had hoped for. Even students have had a tough time without the opportunity to attend physical classes and do the usual internships. In addition to the constant threat to physical health, the youth have faced significant challenges to their mental well-being. Some have coped with the situation better than others, and some have found timely career opportunities, while others can only wait for some kind of normalcy to return. However, every adversity makes people discover their latent character and abilities. The circumstances made families and friends come together and care for each other. Many young people have found this social role during the pandemic, and they have put their skills and energies to help people in dire situations. This experience will do immense good to the emotional intelligence of the business students and young managers. Though the economy is not in the best of the shapes at this moment, what goes down must come back up. History shows that every great calamity is followed by a phenomenal economic and emotional rebound. The last time there was a global pandemic, which was exactly 100 years ago, it was followed by the roaring 20s, a decade of great technological innovation and creativity in business and arts. We just may see a similar story playing out again. We all really need to keep positive. In any case, we have to look forward and prepare for what is to come instead of moaning about the present troubles. The young need to anticipate the future and focus on developing suitable skills, mindset, and networks. These days, the future has a habit of arriving early. So there's no time to lose, and you must get down to exercising your minds about what kind of opportunities are coming and what would you like to do with those. An interruption, even disruption, is an opportunity to take a fresh look at the world and introspect about one's own place in it. Every radical change produces new winners and losers. The question you must answer now is, what are you going to do to win in this period of churn? The disruption of the status quo has opened up niche in every market, and sweeping digitization of life has created new openings for digital businesses. Those looking at careers as professionals can use this break in the normalcy to study extra and upgrade your skills and knowledge. Companies are now desperately looking for autonomous problem solvers with digital abilities. Those MBAs who top up their competence with appropriate technological know-how and independent mindset will have little problem finding decent jobs even in the current market. In this environment, there's nothing like listening to inspirational stories of those themselves who have tested their careers and come through. It is a great opportunity for a young audience to ask questions to our speakers and get useful career advice. I'm sure you will enjoy each session, and I urge you to make the best use of this opportunity to learn from the best. We begin today's program with a conversation with Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, Chairman, Hero Enterprise. I think we are still waiting for Mr. Munjal to join us, but a little bit about him. His father and uncle built the Hero Group from scratch, overcoming severe challenges. Their struggles and successes are relevant even to the aspiring startup founders. He himself has been an entrepreneur within the family business and is supporting many startups in building their businesses. I'm sure his advice will do a world of good to the young people aspiring to be business leaders. My grateful thanks to him for agreeing to join us, and I look forward to saying hello to him very soon as he comes on board. I'm delighted to welcome Pranjal Sharma, who, apart from being an eminent economic commentator and author of bestsellers on India's technology revolution, is also a good friend. Pranjal, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for agreeing to moderate this session with Mr. Munjal.
Thank you, Rekha, and once again, thanks to everybody at AIMA for inviting me. I look forward to talking to the young minds and becoming younger as well hopefully.
So while we wait for Mr. Munjal, Pranjal, why don't I ask you a few questions just to kick it off?
Sure.
So tell me something. Why did you leave a great job at a television station and take this rather, risky, as you would call it, step to be on your own, become an economic commentator, write books?
So, Rekha, I think all of us need to reinvent ourselves periodically. And I think I would really have this message. And I know that you have done it in your career in different phases that you were in CII and in AIMA and as a board member. So this is especially important for, for the young professionals and the students to understand as well. And while, people like you and me did it maybe 10, 20 years ago, I think for a lot of the younger folks, the challenge is to reinvent themselves on a smaller time cycle, maybe every 5 years. I think that I'm in my third career right now. My first career was in print. And then I felt that, print had sort of plateaued. TV was rising, so I shifted to television. And when I started television, even though I had worked for more than 10 years, when I started in television, I treated myself like an intern. I'm a trainee, I'm an intern, I'm starting everything anew. And that helped in keeping myself, mentally alive and kept that learning process on. And when the TV learning curve came to a level where I thought that I had done enough, I could have continued. It's like a plane takes off, reaches a certain height, and then cruises at that level. I felt that, I didn't want to cruise at that level anymore. And I thought it's time to, these are common phrases of self-disruption and creating problems for yourself. So I just decided that it's a good idea to try something new. And the last 10 years since I left television as a full-time role, I discovered that there's so many things that you can do as well. And this has included writing books. I've been an advisor with the government. I'm serving on a couple of boards. I also, work at international advisory. I'm helping some companies understand global markets. But what I've learned, Rekha, and as I'm sure it applies to you as well, that everything that we learn, we end up applying that to our next role. So I'm sure that the international initiatives that you took at CII have helped you tremendously at AIMA in your current role. So I think that we need to keep reinventing ourselves. Otherwise, we will get stuck in a rut, which will ultimately not make us feel comfortable about us. I'm sure you went through the same cycle.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Pranjal. I mean, when I finished my role at CII, I thought it would be more of the same, but it wasn't. It was like joining a completely new organization and reinventing the organization. And I realized that for the last 13 years that I've been here, it's not just me who has been reinventing myself, but it has become very necessary to reinvent the organization and look at new. I keep telling my colleagues that any product has a shelf life, and that includes our events, that includes any course that we might be offering to the students. So we have been reinventing ourselves consistently for the last many years. In fact, if you look at the course curriculum now, which AIMA offers apart from the PGDM, which is of course approved by AICTE, we are offering a whole lot of new age courses in digital marketing, in AI, in big data, because we need to listen to what the market says to us. We need to listen to what the industry says to us. And it's been a constant journey of reinvention. So I absolutely empathize with you on reinventing and re-innovating yourself and the organization that you're working with.
So if you Rekha, had, yeah, there is an example I use very often in sometimes when I have to lecture students and other professionals, is that look at our mobile phones, right? Today, every 6 months, a mobile phone gets an update and an upgrade, right? The software updates itself. While the physical device remains the same, the software and the apps completely change, right? New features are added, they become more relevant. But look at us as humans, the most smartest species on earth in some ways. We feel that the degree that we earned 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 5 years ago is going to be relevant for us for the next 30 years. Now,
Yes.
how can that happen? So, if a simple device is upgrading itself, why shouldn't we also update ourselves? And this is especially true because you know about my book and you referred to it, India Automated. It's about the rise of automation in India. Now, what is happening is that a lot of the mundane tasks are getting automated. You know, clerical work is getting automated. Even coding is getting automated. A lot of management, accounting is getting automated. Now, if you are only good at doing debit and credit on an Excel sheet, then you are not going to be relevant to an employer anymore. If you're only good at writing contracts which are template based as a lawyer, you're not going to be good anymore. As a consumer, you know, you can download a template for a letter or a legal contract and immediately sign it. But if you do not change yourself and say, look, writing a contract is not going to be relevant, but thinking of completely new ways to bring legal structures is going to be more important, then do it. If you look at the accounting practices, even if those who are studying CA, who are chartered accountants, they should understand that today data science is a very important part of financial management. All the e-commerce companies, for example, when they look at their profit and losses, they just don't look at this. They new terms like a gross market value are coming up, right? New entities and vehicles like SPACs are coming in. Now, when we have situations like that, if we don't reinvent and don't learn again and again and again, I think we will lose our relevance. So I think it's important for all young minds, and young mind doesn't mean a person who's old, who's necessarily, you know, chronologically young. An older person can also have a young mind, in my view, and that's the sign of a young mind.
No, absolutely. And I am delighted to welcome a very young mind who's kicking off the Shaping Young Minds program today, Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal. I had just introduced him to you, but I also want to say that, you know, he is one person who can speak on any topic. His thought process is so evolved and so diversified. So all of you, any questions you have, do put them up to Mr. Munjal. He has not just been a mentor to AIMA, but he has also been a mentor to me. And I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Mr. Munjal here today, who is going to speak to you about the book he's written on his very famous family and his father and his uncles, and also talk about how his life has affected him and made him reach where he is today. So with these words, it's my pleasure to invite Pranjal to take over and conduct the session. And we look forward to an excellent session ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Rekha, and morning, Sunilji. Great to be in conversation with you. I think it'll be, I'll just add one point that every conversation I have with Sunilji is, you know, many industry leaders talk about their sector or their company, but I think Sunilji has the capacity, understanding, depth, and perception, and perceptive enough to talk about a lot of macro issues and bring them together for a larger view of where India is, Indian industry is, and Indian economy is. So, Sunilji, I won't waste time. Your time is valuable. I'd like you to start and talk about your life journey and, of course, your book as well.
Thank you. Thank you both, Rekha and Pranjal, for that very generous introduction. For me, it's always a pleasure and a delight to talk to young people, because I do believe they are the ones who will shape our future. So in any manner that we can, I like to interact and learn from them as to what are their realities, what is affecting them, what is concerning them, because it is those who are above the age of 40 and 45 and 50 who need to tailor ourselves to be future fit. So thank you very much, Pranjal. So I was wondering what to say to all of you. Let me start first with your education. of business management. And if that is the case, I have a message for all of you. It is important and critical that the teaching of business is done in an experiential and a practical and a realistic manner. Because for long, the curriculum had become excessively theoretical. Of course, you have all of the teachings condensed from experts, management gurus, and case studies documented, and it's wonderful. And that has to be the basis of how we learn. But I think it's also important that on top of that, we add the added flavor of experiential learning. And in some sense, that's the subject of today, is how our lives actually shape us, how our lives and our experiences in our lives decide and almost define who we are. I have been very fortunate that right from a very young age, I got a chance to look at many aspects of life, which I think many people do not have the good fortune to. And I have attempted to assimilate all of these into my life as learnings. And I think it is important that we ensure that anything that happens to us, and I literally mean anything, because as I say, when you try something new, either you'll move forward or you will have an experience. What they're trying to tell you is, if you fail, and especially if you fail badly, it's not something to just write off. It's something to ponder. It is something to think about. It is something to consider how you can learn from that, how if you're going to do something similar next time, you should approach it differently. So even when I was in school, we had the opportunity when we used to come home during our vacation time, because I studied in a boarding school, the conversations around our dining table in our home with my father and my uncle lived in one house were very often about what's going on in India, what's going on in the economy, and what's going on at work. So that, I think, in some sense, triggered the ability to think about some of these things beyond oneself. And it is important that each one of us learns to think not only of ourselves, but also beyond ourselves. And I think, because I've often wondered how and why, but I think that's probably where it got triggered. And the opportunity also, of course, was when we were home to go and visit one of the factories, to go and meet with some of the people in the companies. And the school education I got, I think, was also very helpful. Our school, right from the beginning, when it was set up, had this ethos of trying to turn out a wholesome development of young boys into young adults. So while academics was, of course, an important pillar, but academics was not the only pillar of learning. We also had games, we had adventures, we had debates, we had what was called midterm breaks. And more importantly, one of the things I think that was probably the most important from that learning was to value each individual for herself or himself. Not to look at tags or monikers, where they come from, what their last name is, didn't and should not matter. So you can deal with each individual, therefore, on a one-on-one. And I think that's one of the greatest learnings I have had in my life. In our school, to ensure that everybody got the same treatment, no fancy things were allowed. No fancy shows, no fancy kids, no fancy watches, to the extent that I don't wear a watch even today. It's just a habit. I just don't wear it. And that again comes from the same view, I believe, that you have to look at life as an equal with everybody else. Some of us have more privileges, some of us have less privileges. Regardless of that, it is important that we look at this with a balanced view. And I have found that very, very useful and beneficial for myself. Early on after that, when after finishing school and college, when I came back, the family had an interesting system. Instead of allowing anyone to run a company or a business, you had to intern and train with others. And for me, again, that was probably the second greatest learning that I had in my life, was the ability to work with wonderful senior professionals and to learn from them, starting literally from the shop floor first, on the factory floors, working on machine, working with helpers, to see how their day goes. So you had to do the same to get an understanding of what's going on inside the companies. Of course, there are tens of thousands of interesting incidents, but because we have limited time, I will relate one of the instances or experiences to you, which talks about why integrity matters. We had this elderly gentleman who used to look after the accounts in Hero Cycles. And for some time, I trained directly under him. Okay. He used to have 2 pens in his shirt pocket, and he used to carry 2 pads with him. His name was Bhagatji, incidentally. So I asked him, Bhagatji, why do you carry 2 pens and 2 pads? He said, look, I have to be fair to my job and my owners. So this is a pad and this is the pen that they have given me. But if I think of something which is my own, my personal work, I cannot use that pen to write my personal work with their pen. So that second pen was a pen and a pad that he had bought himself, and he would use for anything which was not directly to do with the business. So that extreme sense of balance, that extreme sense of integrity and honesty, and getting exposure to that at a young age, I think was also very, very beneficial. And that stayed with me, is that whenever you do something, remember that governance actually matters. Things like corporate governance, etc., have started to be talked about now, but these are not new practices. None of them are new practices. Since Rekha mentioned the book that I wrote, it's called The Making of Hero. And the book is about my father and his brothers and how they built the family, the business, what they did and what was going on around them at that point in time in India, in the economy and in the world. So there are many such incidents related in there. And this is what I have mentioned in the book as well, that this company in some sense created a revolution of some kinds, because these were not common practices in those days. Creating just-in-time management. Since you're all management students, you would know what JIT is. Hero Cycles was practicing JIT without knowing it was called JIT long before the Japanese made it popular worldwide. And this came from sheer common sense, by the way. It did not come from any grand plan or any consulting firm sitting and writing a business plan. It started because the family who were refugees at the time of independence moved around and then finally settled down in Ludhiana to make first trade in bicycle parts, then to make bicycle parts, and then finally in 1956 to start making complete bicycles. When they did start that, they found pretty soon that you could not make as many bicycles as you could sell, because they already had selling experience. They had been trading in components and for a while. They knew the trade, they knew the dealers around the country. They had built a relationship with many, many of them. And because what had happened in British time was that all the value addition, even in industry like bicycles, was taken away from here into the UK. So the big brands like Dunlop, Raleigh, and the others would make components in England, and they would supply them through agency houses in India. So even things like tires, rims, hubs, freewheels, pedals for bicycles were imported. So my father and his brothers felt this is not right. If we want to make bicycles, we should be free to make as many as we want. So they started a system of setting up ancillary companies, a couple of them in the family, because the family did not have a lot of money. They spoke to other friends that they knew to ask them if they would like to start a new business. And they said, we will help you in designing the plant, designing the equipment, picking what component to make. But there are two things we will not do for you. We will not run the business for you, and we will not fund the business for you. Therefore, you have to be responsible and efficient yourself. And by the way, only send us as much as we need every day. We don't want to keep anything extra because we want to make sure we are paying you on time. So it was quite famous in those days in Ludhiana that anybody who's supplying to Hero Cycles can write a check of their own to somebody else because their payment for sure will come on Saturday. That was the day when payments used to get made. So building a culture of reliability where people can trust on you, have faith in you, and being fair to all concerned. By the way, that's a very difficult one. Huh? It's easy to talk about it, but if you can do these things, it actually works. So over a period of time, the business built a few philosophies. Then, of course, many of our generation came in and we tried to take the business further forward. And we brought in more knowledge in terms of networks, more technologies, newer systems. I remember in the early days when I got involved, I was wondering, what can I do in a company which is already large and running well? So then I looked at the system and I said, this is one place I can start. So I started first working on installing a computer system. So we were probably one of the world's first companies to install an ERP system. We actually custom made a system ourselves and we completely failed because people would not adopt it. You know, as you I'm sure know, adapting a new software system is as essential as designing one. In fact, that's the key of running it successfully. And it was obviously disappointing, but I started to wonder, what is it that we did wrong? We then went out and got a package. Actually, we used one of the top in the world ERP packages. And while the system was being customized, we started talking to all the older people. I don't mean only old in age, older in experience, to try and get them to use the new technology. We put games in the cafeteria and canteens in the company, just to take the fear away of machines. And you must remember, this was a time when it was very, very uncommon for any company, much less a bicycle company in a what was then not a large city, a small town in Punjab, to install computers. And it was fascinating how gradually people got used to it. And then when the implementation was being done, we said, you have to implement. So the ownership of implementation by each of the department turned that into one of the more successful ERP implementations anywhere. And I considered this my success the day Bhagatji, the gentleman I mentioned to you with the 2 pens, the day he started using the computer, I said, now we are successful. Now it will work. Because this was a gentleman who used to come wearing a kurta and a pajama to work, by the way. So he was completely what you call old school. And the beauty of the system that we established then was that we will continuously upgrade our systems, process, and technologies. But we will not do that by firing old people and hiring all new people. So a constant system of upgrading, skilling, and training started off in the company. And I think that to a large extent had a lot to do with the commitment that people had to the company. The company itself is run like one large family. If you go around any of our companies, you will hear this word many, many times, that this is a large family. It's not only people in the company, but also our supply and also dealers and distributor. You know, all of this is many thousands of individuals, as you can imagine. Actually, it's many hundreds of thousands of individuals. And the culture was started by our elder generation. We chose to strengthen it even further while bringing in things like new process and technology. We said we will not try and change what is not broken. In fact, it's working exceedingly well. So the philosophical underpinnings of the organization, which were early just casually expressed or just practiced, we then documented, because as companies got larger, it was difficult for any one person in the management or on the boards to be directly interacting with all the teams. So this became a method of selecting people. When we hired somebody, we would run a check to see how she or he was aligned to this kind of work environment. And if they were, then other kind of checks or their skills and technical aptitude was done. So attitude became a very important part of what we were acquiring when we were acquiring new people, with the result that our attrition was near zero in the companies. Most people who would join there would actually retire from there. In reality, many of them would not even retire because our family by then had set up many social institutions by way of schools, colleges, hospital, clean drinking water, gender parity programs, integrated village developments. So many of these are now managed by people who used to be senior executives in the company. So the not-for-profit started being run in a completely professional manner like large companies. Their role was to do what they were defined for. But it got a wonderful support from team members who would normally never go and work in a not-for-profit. The normal impression of not-for-profits is these are informal kind of organization which very often work casually, while many of them do amazing work, but they are constrained therefore to scale and to increase reach. So we had the good fortune that we were able to have that impact. So on behalf of the entire family, I am responsible for all of these social initiatives. And we now have 30,000 children that study in our schools. We also run a B.Ed college, an M.Ed college. I'm also chairing a medical college, a nursing college, a full hospital, a full university. And in each one of them, our attempt is to make them as practical as possible. And what I said to you at the start, as experiential as possible. So the BML Munjal University that we set up only about 7 or 8 years ago in my father's name has been ranked the most innovative university in India. And only last year, we got an NIRF ranking for the first time. And I believe it's quite unusual for any new university to be ranked less than 100. We fortunately got ranked at 37. And I think part of it is coming from the transfer of the philosophy into the curriculum of the university. So in the university, we have designed programs. It's run like a liberal arts, American liberal arts university. So students have the ability to make any kind of choices. They have core subjects and they have lots and lots of electives. Pranjal, you can tell me when I need to stop. And if you have questions or comments, I'll be happy to take them.
Sunil, please, once you complete your piece, then we can start. I have loads of questions and we are already getting many.
Okay. So what we did was, we said amongst the electives, we will make 5 of the electives compulsory for everyone. The first compulsory elective is ethics and moral dilemma. You have to learn it. Doesn't matter which discipline you're in, whether you're in the business school or your law school or you're learning, or you're in the engineering and technology school, you just have to do this. The second compulsory elective is cross-discipline learning. Even if you want to be an engineer, you have to earn credits in liberal arts. You can pick, you can take sociology or history or whatever you choose from the options available, but you have to earn it. The next is physically doing social work. You have to earn a full credit on doing social work, not just by writing a business plan or writing out a check, which is frankly easier than working, but to actually go and do work to understand how those who are less privileged, what they go through. So to have better empathy, better understanding, and of course, sympathy. The next compulsory credit is on design thinking. Increasingly worldwide, this is a concept that's gaining lots and lots of currency, is that when you approach anything in life, and it doesn't have to be only at work, only in education, it's also with your family, with your friends, how you approach it makes a very big difference in how successful or otherwise the outcome will be from what you had imagined it should be. And so on and so forth. So we've done this and it's a very experiential. Everything that is, a lot of the teaching is not in the classrooms. It is done with actual practice, and the classrooms are increasingly now more and more being used for conferences, conclaves, discussions, debates, rather than only for giving curriculum, because you can download it nowadays. All of you know you are much quicker, much better, much faster than all of us in being able to access information and knowledge due to technology. So I have attempted myself to keep my mind open all the time, to understand that none of us has a monopoly on good ideas. That if you keep your mind open, you never know what you will learn and from whom you will learn. Could be the person who's cleaning the room for you, could be somebody who's cooking in your home, could be your neighbor, could be your best friend, could be just someone you met casually on a flight or a train. So I find that is absolutely fascinating, how when you meet anybody new, that you can come up and come back with impressions you never imagined, because we tend to prejudge when we look at people. So if you avoid prejudging, life has an amazing way of surprising you with wonderful, wonderful opportunities. So I'm going to stop here, and Pranjal, I'm happy to take any comments, questions. As you know, otherwise I could carry on if you like for a few hours, but both you and I have a constraint of time on this one.
Thank you, Sunilji. Very inspirational, and I think I would urge all the participants to get a copy of the book and read it to understand it. And Sunilji, you may know, but in my early days of my career, I had the privilege of meeting Brijmohan Lalji as a young reporter, and before meeting him, my seniors told me something very interesting about him. He said that he's one of the few industry leaders in the country and perhaps the world who has an extremely huge personal connect. And the legend was that he knew all the distributors by name. He knew about their families, he took care of their families beyond, I mean, at a personal level, not just as at the corporate level. And it was said that the success of the foundation, while of course, management principles and processes and technology, ERP that you mentioned were important, but he said the real front force and the sales force is the people who feel that they are really part of the family, and you alluded to that. And this brings me to the question that, when you look at scaling up of a business enterprise, or any enterprise for that matter, what is important today, despite all the technology, is certain fundamental values and management approaches. And the lessons I will count from what you said are one is, of course, valuing individuals, having a personal connect with them, focusing on integrity and going beyond ourselves. I think, and finally, the point which binds all this together is curiosity. The fact that you want to learn more about everything which is going on from almost everybody in everyday occurrences. So my question to you is that despite all the changes and knowledge that we have, it appears to me that the fundamentals of leadership remain the same century after century, and they will still be valid for another 1,000 years.
You're absolutely right, Pranjal. First, thank you. And you're right about my father. He was a complete people's person, and everybody who met him came away with the similar feeling. So what is leadership actually? Leadership is just somebody who has the ability to inspire, to not tell people to do something, but to show them by doing it themselves. So if there is a risk, the leader is willing to take the risk herself or himself before putting others at risk. A leader is somebody who has empathy for those around them. And again, and I want to reiterate the point I made, in which you just said, that around us things will change. The new technologies will come all the time, and we've seen the pace at which technology changes. Processes will change, but the very core of who we are does not change. The very core of how we behave cannot change. The very core of how success is measured amongst leadership is actually always the same, which is also why they say any education that we get, any learning that we get, must be careful not to have a unitary focus. Because in life, no problem comes at you with just one issue being faced. It will be, you have to look at anything on a 360 degrees angle, and the leaders have to have the ability to do that. So to summarize, leadership is an ephemeral quality which some people get naturally, but it is learnable. Many people in the world have done it. You can train yourself to become a leader, but you do need to ensure that you have the ability to listen, the ability to learn, and then to apply and deploy. And if you can do that, people tend naturally then to follow somebody who does this in right earnest.
This is leadership today is very different from what it was earlier, Sunilji. Earlier, it was thought that unless you put 20 years, 25 years, or 3 decades, you cannot be considered a business leader or leader in any field or domain that you may be in. But today, we see that the vibrancy of the startup ecosystem, a lot of young folks are ready to take on roles of leadership. What would be your advice to them? Because they may not have enough experience, but they definitely have a lot of passion and energy. Now, what is the best way to bring the gap of experience and connect it to the passion and energy that young leaders today do? Because after 5 years of work in a professional capacity, many people feel that they can start their own company, and we've seen that as well. So what would your advice be?
So you're right. And incidentally, as you're probably aware, I deal with many of them personally. We used to invest in early startups, which we don't do now, but we have many of them in our portfolio. And we have, as an organization, I have personally coached, counseled, and mentored many of them. And I found there were 2 types of leaders amongst them who became very successful. One were those who were of the kind I mentioned earlier, who were listening all the time, constantly doing things and also learning and listening. The other was those who said, I'm going to do the way I want to do this. I already know what's the right way to do it. And when they tumbled, and they did tumble in many cases, they did not just collapse. They got up and said, oh, by the way, I have made a mistake. So eventually it kind of came back to the learning ability. So my advice to many of the young entrepreneurs, and we have seen an amazing world of young entrepreneurs, and it's young and not so young, because the startups now are being set up by executives who had 20, 30, 35 years of experience as well. I know of a startup which is set up by somebody who retired 5 years ago. And while we are only looking and focusing at tech-enabled and e-commerce enabled startups are coming up of all kinds. And I think it is important that in all of them, this ability to accept mistakes and failures, because please do remember, especially in the tech world, it's only a very small handful which become super successful, a small but a little bit larger number of them that become successful. The majority of them are still failing. They just blow up. So the ability to not give up is one absolutely important, critical facet, and to not turn bitter when something doesn't work. I think that's an important one, because then you start seeing everything negatively around you. If you're in California and you go for funding and you had 2 or 3 failures, you're guaranteed to get funding. I've quoted this on 2 or 3 other occasions. But if you're a first timer, you're a newbie at a startup, you may or may not get funding, because they recognize that failure is an amazing teacher. In California, they do not only recognize it, they actually celebrate failure. And that's one culture change I have been saying that we need to make amongst us as a society, to not to give a permanent black mark to anybody who has one failure one time, whether organization or an individual. So other than that, I think to listen, to hurry slowly. I think that's an important one. And hurry slowly is a bit of an oxymoron, is that they should be at a pace, but they should always be thoughtful. What they're doing should be thought through, should be planned, but execution should be quick, because planning has been done. And if it doesn't work well, pivoting should be even quicker. They should be willing to make changes.
Sunilji, this gives me the occasion to ask a question which has been on top of my mind, and it's based on very recent events. I know that you have been very passionate in your career on encouraging not just young talent, but talent out of India, and Serendipity Art Festival is one such example which you've been consistently supporting, and you've raised it to a whole new level. But I'm linking that to a recent performance in Olympics and the current Paralympics which are going on. It's fascinating for me. In my entire career of 30 plus years, I have not seen an occasion where a silver medalist cries for not getting gold. People are just happy. There was a time I remember when sportsmen were just happy to be part of the Olympic delegation. Forget about getting a medal. That was the aim, objective, and achievement that they felt they had arrived. But today we see this huge self-confidence in India in different domains. You've already referred to startups, where not just younger people, as you said, even a retired person can have the confidence of saying, I'm going to start a new venture. To the sports field, what is changing in India? What is happening which is giving this huge sense of confidence, positivity in all of us in so many different sectors and fields?
So there are many dimensions to a response to this, but I'll just talk about a couple of them. One, I think it was a delightful outcome that when getting a silver medal, the individual is not happy. Not happy is not the right word, but is not fully satisfied. That demonstrates the drive to do better and better and better all the time, to aim literally and only for the top. I thought that was a wonderful signal in a sense where India has come. And while the final outcome, to my mind, was still disappointing, but it is a lot better than we have been doing. So the trend line is very encouraging. But you're right that India and Indians have started to look at themselves as potential leaders in any and every field across the board. Indians have always done well. If you see Indians living in US, Canada, Germany, UK, literally across the world, in every profession, doctors, scientists, technologists, professional managers, lawyers, literally in any and every field, amongst the leaders, you will find them. Many of them CEOs running very large companies are Indians. But for some reason, we had this feeling that in India, it can only be so. Part of it was a legacy left behind after the British left, because 250 years of hollowing out the entire cultural landscape, your economic machinery, all of it actually got evacuated from here to England or got dismantled. We took a while to realize that nobody else is going to build it for us. We have to build it. So I'm finding that sense of self-confidence now in lots and lots of people. And you're right, it's not only amongst young people, by the way. And Serendipity Arts was set up with that very philosophy. From day one, we said we are going to be the biggest and the best. And in 3 to 4 years, we became one of the largest interdisciplinary arts festivals in the world. And now many of the top global institutions around the world tell us it's not just large, that what you do is also amongst the best in terms of quality, curation, research, and presentation. Of course, it is doable, by the way. There is nothing missing in our abilities, capabilities. It is the attitude that you need to tweak. All the other resources are available. We have to figure out how to make the best of resources available to us, not just talk about what is not available here. For too long, we focus on negative. We are so far behind because we can't do this. How about doing something with what we have? And I think that's what we've started to do. And that for me is an amazing, encouraging turn as a nation and as a people. But I still want us to focus on one more thing, on being responsible and being sustainable, because that's one thing we have to figure out leadership in. The entire world has suffered because of the economic and the developmental model we followed. Air quality, water quality, general deforestation. There are too many things on the planet that we have damaged, some beyond repair. That we as a nation, which is rapidly developing our economy now, we have more young people than any other country in the world. We have more brain power than literally any other country in the world. Therefore, the opportunity staring us is enormous. So if we do it right, we do it responsibility, we will take care of the one planet that we have. Normally people say, make a plan, then make a backup plan and a backup to the backup. We have only one planet. We don't have any backup right now until maybe some of our friends open up Mars and a few other places.
That's very well said, Sunilji. We have less than 5 minutes left. I think maybe I'll request you to answer two questions, and which I've received. One is from Ajit and one is from Abhinav, and they sort of come together very well. One is about what should be the values for succeeding for young people, especially in the world of technology, where sometimes technology, the focus on technology makes you neglect fundamental values which you referred to earlier. So what can success be built on, technology or values, or can we combine the two?
So frankly, I feel like not replying because I already have replied to this question, because I don't think there's any conflict, by the way, at all in what you're saying. Technology is only an enabler and a tool. If we do not use it as a tool, then we are in trouble. If we start believing that technology is the be all and end all of everything, technology for itself is not such a great thing. Technology for what you want to do with it. Please remember, developing a vaccine for a virus of the kind we got recently used to take anywhere from 15 to 35 years. It happened in 1 year because we were able to use massive data computing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, put in the logarithms for the genomics of the virus, and thereby develop a vaccine within a year, which was impossible to imagine. That technology helped us to do what we wanted for humanity. Technology was not doing it by itself. So that's the one thing I think which is important. The fundamental values, I will not repeat, they are absolutely the same. They have never changed, and I don't believe they will. So if we do not learn to care for others, to support where support is required, if we do not learn that there is value to friendships, that relationships are long-term, that the families that we have are an integral part of us as beings, I don't think technology then can do anything for us. So I will only reply part of your question.
Thank you. No, Sunilji, I think you explained that fairly well. I think fundamental values are non-negotiable. Having clear mind and goal-oriented and objective-oriented approach is a second lesson. Learning from others, being humble and understanding the value of other humans is another very important lesson from what you've shared with us. And in the end, it is the confidence that you have in believing in yourself and doing it in a way, as you said, make haste slowly. But that's something which comes if you have that confidence and you're willing to put in the long hours and effort required in a structured, methodical manner. There is, of course, no shortcut, as your life story and the hero story has shown us. So with that, I'd like to thank you so much for joining us and sharing your views. I'd like to thank and bring in Rekha and hand it over to Rekha now.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Munjal. That was absolutely awesome. I've heard the story quite a few times, but it always comes across as a new learning, which frankly for me has been very useful. And I'm so glad you brought in your own story along with Rishmohan Lalji's, who was very close to many of us. And it's always wonderful to remember him. And thank you, Pranjal, for doing an excellent job as usual of moderating the session. And now we are on to our next session. I see Piyush has already joined us. Hi, Piyush.
Thank you. Thank you. I shall log off.
Thank you, Mr. Munjal. I know you have to run.
And hi, Piyush.
How are you, sir? आपने आधी चीजें तो बोल दी हैं जो मैं आज नहीं बोलने वाला था, मगर उसमें बिलीवर हूँ. I just want to say one line कि जो सुनील जी ने अभी बोला कि about technology is exactly true. If you use the technology to enhance your ideas, technology will not give you ideas.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, brilliantly said, as always, Piyush. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Munjal.
Have a nice day, Sunil.
Bye. Thank you.
So we are going to start with the next session, I think, in 10 minutes. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am, in about 10 minutes from now.
So in the meanwhile, I can ask Piyush how he is enjoying Goa, if he's indeed in Goa.
No, today I happen to be in Mumbai. I came to, Sunil just talked about relationships.
Mm-hmm.
I came to surprise my sisters to Mumbai.
Oh, what a wonderful
On
thing.
Rakhi.
Okay, so you're going to be here for some time.
So I came here for Rakhi, which was done on Sunday. So I'll go back on Friday.
Okay. So I think we're going to start in 9 minutes now. 9 minutes,
so that's enough time to have a cigarette. I'm not on your visual for the youngsters.
I'm afraid you are.
Okay.
So you could have a coffee instead.
No, but I will go off the camera for 5 minutes.
Yeah, sounds good.
आने वाले कल की दस्तक हमें सुनाई देती है, नई मंजिल है जिस ओर हमें वो दिशा दिखाई देती है। नए इंडिया का नया जोश, नए इंडिया का नया जोश, नए जोश से निकल पड़े हम, आने वाला कल होगा हमारा। नए इंडिया का नया जोश।
और नए इंडिया के सफर में टेक्नोलॉजी की शक्ति लेकर आपका भागीदार रहेगा रिलायंस। नए इंडिया का नया जोश।
Welcome to the world of Tata Steel, a flagship company of the global business conglomerate, the Tata Group. Tata Steel is one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers, with operations and commercial presence across the world. The story began with the dream of one man, Jamsetji Nusserwanji Tata, a pioneer, a visionary, a man ahead of his times. He had his heart set on building a steel plant in India that would compare with the best globally. His dream was brought to fruition by his son, Dorabji Tata, and thus was born Tata Iron and Steel in Jamshedpur in 1907. At the turn of the 21st century, fueled by its global aspirations, Tata Steel expanded its footprint to Southeast Asia, in Singapore and Thailand. Acquisition of Chorus in Europe in 2007 placed it amongst the top global steel companies in the world. In 2015, Tata Steel set up a state-of-the-art integrated steel plant at Kalinganagar Odisha in India. The Phase 2 expansion of Kalinganagar steel plant from 3 million TPA to 8 million TPA is currently underway. The company is all set to pursue domestic growth with its acquisition of Bhushan Steel Limited and the steel business of Usha Martin. This forms part of the overall strategy to increase its India footprint, build capacity in long products, and enrich the product portfolio. Besides steel manufacturing facilities, the company has mining assets in the state of Jharkhand and Odisha in India. Tata Steel evolved into a leading steel manufacturer, catering to diverse market segments. In its trend-setting journey, spanning more than a century, Tata Steel has contributed immensely towards the well-being of the planet and people. Guided by its vision to be the global steel industry benchmark for value creation and corporate citizenship, Tata Steel is poised to lead the future.
It all started in the year 1920 when Kolkata founded the Balika Vidyalaya.
Hi, Shrini.
Hi. How are you, Rekha?
I'm doing good. Just checking the numbers.
Okay. Good morning, Piyush.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, good. Haven't seen you in Goa lately.
I just came to Mumbai on Friday.
Okay.
I'll be back in Goa on Friday.
So let's catch up soon.
Yeah, we will. We will definitely.
We would have loved to do this on the beach of Goa, but
I know. And I would have had to look after Shiv Kumar so that he doesn't get bitten by dogs.
That was a terrible one.
oh God.
That was a very bad. But Goa has this issue of stray dogs.
Yeah.
I'm scared to get out of my apartment. It's in Candlelim, and there's a pack of dogs there.
Yes.
So just even to get to the beach,
Quite terrible.
It's scary.
Yeah. But there are some crazy NGOs who've gone and got some, verdicts from the courts. It's just.
So we will start in 2 minutes. We
Sure.
have we had about 20,000 people registered for this program. And I think we have about 10,000 right now on the platform and maybe around 3,000 on the social media platform. So we are talking to a large audience this time, unlike the physical SYMPs, which we used to do.
Yeah.
So it's a great experience, I think, for all of us. We are holding this for the first time and very encouraged by the response. So, Smita?
You've got some great speakers too.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks to all of you. So, Smita, why don't you just start the session, please?
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back to the second session of the SYMP. For this session, we have with us Mr. Piyush Pandey, Chief Creative Officer Worldwide and Executive Chairman India Ogilvy as the speaker, and Mr. Shrinivas Dempo, Vice President AIMA and Chairman Dempo Group of Companies as the session chair. Please note that you can pose questions to the speakers during the session by sharing them on the Q&A chat box on your screens. Before I hand over the session to Mr. Dempo, I request him to take it forward. It's my honor to say a few words about him. Mr. Srinivas Dempo is chairman of the Goa-based Dempo Group of Companies, which has diversified interests in industries such as calcined petroleum coke, shipbuilding, food processing, real estate, and newspaper publishing. He has been chairman of the Western region of CII. In 2013, Mr. Dempo was named Honorary Vice Consul of Italy in Goa. He was appointed Chairman, Independent Director of Automobile Corporation of Goa Limited, a Tata Group company. Mr. Dempo has a long association with football, having patronized a premium football club. Mr. Dempo is on the Executive Council of Goa University, besides being associated with a number of non-governmental organizations performing human service to society, such as the Charles Correa Foundation, as also the Goa Cancer Society, whose president he is. He continues his multi-generational engagement with Goan society under the Dempo Charities Trust and Vasantrao Dempo Education and Research Foundation. Mr. Dempo was honored in the year 2014 with the Asia Pacific Outstanding Entrepreneurship Award. In 2020, he received the Tepper Achievement Award in recognition of his influential roles as chairman and managing director of the Dempo Group and in professional association and civic organization in India. Mr. Dempo is also the vice president of AIMA. With these few words, I now have the privilege to hand over to Mr. Dempo with a request to introduce the speaker, Mr. Piyush Pandey, and also take the program forward.
Thank you. Thanks for that very kind introduction. And let me start by welcoming all the young minds who have joined us today. Rekha tells me that there are more than 10,000 people more than 20,000 who registered, and now more than 10,000, almost 13 to 14,000 who are online, who are wanting to listen to a man who we have immense respect and admiration for. I'm talking about Piyush Pandey, who is the Chief Creative Officer worldwide and Executive Chairman, Ogilvy and Mathur, which is one of the most powerful and the most biggest advertising firms of the world. Piyush, a warm welcome to you. And it's been great knowing you all over these years, particularly whenever you've been in Goa. I've been privileged to listen to you on many occasions, and I have deep respect and admiration for you.
Good morning, Shrinivas. It's a pleasure to see you on screen. And let me tell you, it's not once in a while in Goa. Last 1.5 years, I have been stationed in your state. and I thank you for it.
But we need people like you in Goa. But Piyush, you know that this has been a very special edition of the Shaping of Young Minds. As Rekha, you and I have been discussing, this program was possible only because of the digital advances in technology, and also that COVID happened to us. We would have loved to hold this program on the beaches of Goa, and you would have been more than kind to come here and speak to us. But this is how the world is today. But the rosy picture is that we have more than 10,000 attending and wanting to listen to you. On behalf of AIMA, let me thank you, because I know, because Rekha has told me, Rekha, who is the backbone of AIMA, and we are relatively new, but she has been here for years, that you've always accommodated AIMA despite your grueling demand on time. So thanks once again for that.
Thank you, Shrinivas.
It's also a privilege to introduce you, though you need no introduction. And I read somewhere that, Amitabh once said, Amitabh Bachchan, who is the icon of Bollywood, that his personal experiences dealing with a vibrant mind like yours has been full of education and enlightenment. So that speaks volumes of you. And what I like about you, Piyush, is you are still very down to earth, you are still grounded, and you are still alive and kicking. Because I find the new generation today, some of us get burnt out very fast. We think we've worked too hard, and we lay our table down very, very soon, and then we think of relaxing. I thought the book that you wrote, Pandey Nomics, would make you strap your boots and then take it easy. But you are going places, and India is so proud of you. You won more than 1,000 awards, and you've got the highest recognition in the form of Padma Shri. I remember you in 2016 in Goa, when you did the TEDx talk, and I was there at the Bits Pilani, where you told the young minds that about storytelling and how powerful storytelling could be an effective communication tool. And I liked the way you started. You said, if you give me facts, I will believe it. If you give me facts, I will learn it. If you give me truth, I will believe it. But if you give me a story, I'll always remember it. And I think, all your iconic campaigns, whether it's Colgate, it's Fevicol, it's many others, it's been path-breaking campaigns like Ab Ki Baar Modi Sarkar, it's been Achhe Din. I mean, you've always faced, you've always projected the creative side of it. So I would term you as one of the most creative minds of India. I will, once again, there's a lot to talk about you, but I think we have some time constraints and people have come to listen to you mainly. And maybe time permitting, we'll have a few inquisitive questions from the young minds. And, also again, what I would at least like to listen from you is, how do you view digital technology in the space of advertising? And how do you keep creativity alive when things like augmented reality, virtual reality, stuff like this is coming. So this would be a broad question from my side, but welcome once again. I'll leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shrinivas. Those are very kind words and motivating for me. Let me answer one of your questions straight up on technology. I believe that technology is a great enabler, and but you'll have to have ideas. If you look at the word augmented reality, the key word is reality. Technology helps you augment it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what we all have to remember. I also wanted to say a big welcome and good morning to the ladies and gentlemen who have made time to attend this session. And I just want to share with them that I am not here to shape young minds. I only have food for thought, which may be of use to you as you shape your own mind. Because end of the day, I'm here also to shape my mind from you. When Shrinivas said that, how do you keep going? Well, I work within my own company with 1,000 people, and their average age would be about 40. I'm the one who spoils it. But I keep learning, and that's why I keep going. So I'm here to learn as much as you might find interesting in my experiences. And as Sunil Munjal also said earlier, that learn from those around you. And that's a key word that keeps me going. And there's so much to talk about, but I will try and confine myself today to 5 or 6 things which I think are important to all of us, and of course to you as younger people. And number one is always chase your passion. There will be a number of opportunities. The world is changing. Always chase your passion, because the world will be telling you a whole lot of things that you should be doing this. That is the most wonderful thing to do. I read those after the recruitment at IIMs. The headlines say, X offered 60 lakhs to a new recruit. God damn it, don't give me 60 lakhs. You talk to me about X offered a new opportunity, a new avenue. And I think that's where your passion will come into play. Like Srinivas's interest in football and other sporting things, I draw a lot of analogy from sport. And when I talk to you about passion, and I'll come to a story later, I just want to share with you one piece of work that we recently did. It's from sport, but it's about life. So my friend on the technical board, can you run one commercial for me, please?
जो बोले अपने बाप से थोड़ी समझ उधार ले, बजरंग कहीं और हाथ पैर मार ले, उसको पलट दे। जो बोले बंदूक की गोली ना, मन्नू बेटा तू नाजुक और भोली, उसको पलट दे। जो बोले विकास और कितने मुक्के खाएगा, रे छोरे तुझसे ना हो पाएगा, उसको पलट दे। जो बोले अभी टाइम है मान जाओ, टीम बनानी है तो 11 की बनाओ, उसको पलट दे। जो बोले क्या ही कर पाएंगे, खाली हाथ वापस आएंगे, उनको पलट दे। क्योंकि तूफान वही है। क्योंकि तूफान वही है जो सब पलट दे।
So this is about chasing your passion. The world will tell you how many things you can do. And people will offer you fancy salaries as you come out. It all equalizes if you are enjoying the journey. And you'll always enjoy the journey only if you're passionate. Just to give you my own background a little bit, I was a history student. I did my master's from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University. I was in the top 10. So the obvious thing for my parents to say is IAS, and because everyone from St. Stephen's got into IAS in those days. And as a top 10, they had big hopes. And I said, sorry, but I don't want to go into the IAS. I want to be in the private world. I want to still play a little more cricket, which I was playing. I was playing Ranji Trophy that time. And they said, are you mad? You know how, when they tried the emotional card on me, they said, you know how good we'll feel when you're the collector and you drive in your Lal Batti Gadi and everyone salutes you. So I was caught on the back foot on that one as to how to handle them emotionally. And I said, okay, I agree with you. But imagine after 5 minutes, one MLA's car comes and I'll get up and salute that funny guy. Would you like it? They said, you are, you know, beyond any understanding. So do what you feel like. I went to Calcutta, played some cricket, was a tea taster. Then I met some people from advertising and I suddenly found a focus that I want to get into advertising. And I left my cushy job in Calcutta and came at 50% of my salary to Mumbai, where it was practiced the best, and started life all over again. So the lesson out here is you might take up your first job, but if it's not your passion can change. You can change your job, but don't lose your passion. There's so many stories. I showed you the sporting example, but that's the story of everyone's life, because the world wants you to go with the herd and the tried and tested method. But I think you're built for a lot more things. A lot of you are in business schools. And I always talk to business students and share one thing. I said, everyone in your class around the country reads the same books. But those of you who read between the lines will make it. It's important to know the game, but it's important to go beyond the game and be a game changer. So whatever gives you the kicks, you know, people say, okay, I will join technology company X because it's paying me so much. I say, okay, that technology company is also under pressure on carbon footprint. Why don't you come from that angle? If it gives you the joy, if it gives you the kicks. So the world is open. You have to live another 40 years, at least in your hardworking career. If you don't enjoy that journey, then it's not worth it. So this is number one thing I want you to take away. I'm not going to take too many points, but I've taken things which are relevant to all of us. The second thing is be agile. Don't go by what you read only. Be agile. Look at things that are changing. Address things that are changing. But don't go for overnight changes. Your search for excellence should never be stopped. Agility means that you see something and take quick actions. Then don't go back to the book and say, have I ticked 20 boxes? I've never ticked 20 boxes. And lots of people that I happen to be fortunate to work with, they didn't tick boxes. And I realized that that's the best way. I'll give you some, I've chosen not to pick up the usual suspects that you might think I'll show you today. You've seen them enough. And I'll give you a story about agility And I'll come back to talking about excellence. But let me just show you examples of agility. See 2 examples. The first, just show me one commercial and then stop, please. Okay. Just show me Savlon, gentleman at the technology desk. Just one commercial and stop.
आ गया अमित हॉस्पिटल से। देखो मैं कह रहा हूँ, महीने भर उसके घर से दूर रहेंगे, गेट के पास भी नहीं जाएंगे और सारी खिड़कियां बंद कर देते हैं। ये तीसरा कप किसके लिए?
अमित के लिए।
क्या?
उसे अकेले रहने के लिए कहा है, अकेला छोड़ने के लिए नहीं ना।
हम दूर रहकर भी अपनापन दिखा सकते हैं। ब्रूपॉन रेड।
There's one more here. Can you show it, please? One more commercial, which I had forgotten to tell you about. Yeah.
हाय, मैं स्वप्ना। बचपन से मुझे पेंटिंग करना बहुत अच्छा लगता था। मेरी पेंटिंग्स को देखकर लोग मेरी हमेशा तारीफ करते हैं। बोलते हैं मेरा टैलेंट और मैं बहुत स्पेशल हैं। शायद आप में से कई लोगों से मैं बेटर पेंटर हूँ, पर उसके अलावा मैं बिल्कुल आप जैसी हूँ। मेरी सुबह भी शुरू होती है अलार्म क्लॉक के चिल्लाने से। आप जैसे ही मैं भी उठ के वापस थोड़ी देर सो जाती हूँ। चाय और अखबार के बिना मेरा दिन भी शुरू नहीं होता। दोस्तों से बातें करती हूँ, घर वालों से मैं भी रिमोट छुपाती हूँ। मुझे भी तैयार होने में थोड़ा वक्त लगता है। मैं भी खुद को पार्ट टाइम गार्डनर मानती हूँ। ऑनलाइन रहने की आदत आजकल मुझे भी लग गई है। और उन्नी अपम को आपके जैसे मैं भी कभी ना नहीं कह सकती। हाँ, पर एक बात है जो शायद आप में से बहुत लोग नहीं करते, पर मैं हमेशा करती हूँ। मैं हैंड वॉश इस्तेमाल करना नहीं भूलती। 20 सेकेंड हैंड वॉश करने से यू स्टे प्रोटेक्टेड फ्रॉम जर्म्स एंड डिजीजेस, कोरोना वायरस जैसे वायरस से भी। और मेरे लिए हैंड वॉश इस्तेमाल करना इतना इजी है, तो फिर आप क्यों नहीं करते हैंड वॉश?
Yeah. So I look at these. These were at these difficult times that the world is facing. But you have to do it with excellence. You have to do it with agility. You have to do it with excellence. We did not scrounge on the making. We did not scrounge on the time that the long commercial of Savlon is. We said, everyone can say, ah, doiye, aise doiye, waise doiye. Can we make an impact while communicating a simple proposition? That's where storytelling comes into play, where a single statement will not give you what a story is. Now, my examples are all advertising, but I want you to read them about life, because my examples will be from advertising. That's my profession. But each one of them has a lesson about life, that there is something required, you must do it. Idea is not to just do it, idea is to do it well. And here again, Shrinivas, I go back to your question on technology. Now, a lot of talk happens around the world about digital. And I will often share it with people that digital, like your books in IIMs, is available to everybody. Now, do you want to join the herd or do you want to stand out on digital? If you don't stand out on any media, you will be one amongst 100. Why will people be able to remember you? That's where excellence comes into it. That's where using technology to communicate impactfully by engaging people. Now that can apply to marketing also. When you're selling some goods, how much do you engage them? How much do they remember you? And how much goodwill do they carry for you? We talked about Fevicol earlier. Now, people like Srinivas and Ratan Tata, who have never physically, or myself, never personally in my home used Fevicol by myself. But we are all goodwill carriers. If a Mr. Tata or Srinivas mentioned Fevicol somewhere, it goes to a lot of people who might be users. So you got to look at the larger picture. And I said to you about agility, and I'm reminding myself back to 1997, when I was doing a campaign, a very popular campaign on Mera Wala Blue, Mera Wala Green for Asian Paints, Mera Wala Cream, all those things. And that's when the World Cup 1997 happened in India. And I did an ad for them, for Asian Paints, but with a different take. So can you show me the first slide, please? No, not this. Go back to the Asian Paints, first one. Yeah. This one says, Hamara Wala Blue. And we had the India t-shirt, which now goes to excellence. I didn't have the proper India t-shirt, so we made arrangements and got it from Ajay Jadeja, who was playing. Borrowed it for a night and shot it. And as things would happen, this was very well received. Next day, India lost to Sri Lanka. And overnight, I did some stuff with this and released the next ad. Show me the next slide, please. I cancelled out the Hamara and put Tumhara Wala Blue, changed the shirt, and just says at the bottom, congratulations, Sri Lanka, you were a shade better, Asian Paints. So that's agility. That's when people say, oh, hello, I never thought they're going to talk like this. That is a sense of surprise, and surprise engages. And done properly, finished properly, released the next morning. Even my client saw the ad for the first time in the newspaper, because I told him on the phone, I'm doing this. He said, go ahead. Seldom happens that a client doesn't see an ad before it's released. And the third time with the same client, it happened. It was, we used to do celebratory ads for every festival. And a very talented colleague of mine had done one for Janmashtami. When I walked in and I saw the ad, it said, Mera Wala Blue, and it had Krishna. Can you put the third slide, please? So I just walked in, cut out the Mera and made it Mera Wala Blue. Suddenly you're touching hearts. And that's agility. So whatever you're doing, do it well. Be very smart. Don't bank on past laurels. Tomorrow is another day. Are you ready for it? That's agility. And the next point I want to make is, it's a restless world today. Everyone says, "Acha, ye kar looं, wo kar looं." People stay for 2 years, then they go to something else, then they go to something else. And my thing is, be patient. Be patient till you know that did you give yourself enough of a chance to excel at something. If you reach that point and say, "Nahi yaar, yahan pe scene nahi hai," then move on. But give yourself that chance. Were you running a 100-meter race and gave it up at 50 meters? Or you run the 100-meter race and then decide, no, I'm not meant for 100 meters. I'll do long jump. Whatever. But give yourself a chance. Patience is so important. Some fantastic ads that we did, Shrinivas, it took 1 year's time of thinking, developing with the client, a patient team, and magic comes out of patience. I'm going to show you two and then talk about these two once again. So play two for me, please.
Kids love to use their hands. Kids explore the world with their hands. In India, they use their hands for one more thing: eating food. Not washing their hands with soap is one of the main causes for illnesses and dropouts.
साबुन वापरतात का? नहीं कोई आदत नहीं होती, घर में भी माँ बाप को नहीं सिखाते, इसलिए सब बच्चे ये नहीं सीख सकते.
So, we gave shape to a simple idea. We infused chalk sticks with soap. Introducing Savlon Healthy Hands Chalk Sticks. These worked just like regular chalk sticks. But at lunch break, they did more than just writing. The chalk powder turned into soap on its own. These chalk sticks have been introduced in schools across the country. India's #1 Hindi news channel featured the story along with others. This simple innovation also got featured all over the country in over 70 newspapers. It generated a reach of 4.3 million on Twitter and 3.2 million on Facebook in just 4 days. This led to a huge demand for the chalk sticks from schools and NGOs. Its food-grade safety certification got us our biggest prize. Akshaya Patra, the world's largest provider of midday meals in schools, reaching more than 1 million children every day, approached us for these special chalk sticks. We are now working hand in hand with schools and NGOs to provide these chalk sticks for free. Kids' health will now be in good hands, their own.
India is home to more than 6 crore small businesses, and they've been fighting for survival after the coronavirus outbreak and the lockdowns.
Presenting not just a Cadbury ad. We advertised not just for ourselves, but for thousands of small businesses across India. The idea was innovative, but the technology and execution was challenging. Most of the stores in India don't have a digital presence, so we had to manually feed our system to create a database of local retailers, mapping them to their location, which we identified through PIN codes. As the ad was served to an individual, an algorithm located the PIN code and then mapped the various local stores in that PIN code and served the one closest to the individual in real time. The AI-enabled system created thousands of permutations for the localized version of the same ad. So many that it is even impossible to track. This resulted in the first ever hyper-personalized ad ever, one that ensured every single person that saw the ad supported a local store. The campaign was truly appreciated across India as it was picked up by major influencers. The campaign was a success even on the dark social as it appeared on countless WhatsApp groups across the country. It was also covered by national and international press, and it also organically trended on Twitter. When all of us support our local stores, all of us can have a happy Diwali, not just a Cadbury ad.
Shrinivas, I think this work answers your question about technology and idea. And the point I was making about patience, the Chevron chalks needed months of working with R&D and setting up a system. Not just a Cadbury's ad is technology. Great idea, but how do I do it? So you go on to technology. And what you must also realize is that when you, going back to excellence, when you do something fantastic, when you do something engaging, you get so much of free goodwill and free publicity. Everyone carries you. You didn't pay a thing for it. So make your deeds be carried to other people through word of mouth. Whatever you're doing, you are not in advertising. You could be doing anything, but a good thing that you do always travels. So be patient, do it well. And I don't want to end my bit on a sad note, because a number of things were about problems that we have faced. So let me show you how you can be fun by chasing your passion and yet be talked about by the world and its mother. So I'll play last two examples, Srinivas, then we'll close it to the people for questions. Please, two more, please.
बेटा मेरी छड़ी उठा दोगे?
जी माँ जी।
थैंक यू। थैंक यू बेटा, अच्छा हुआ तूने कुछ नहीं किया।
मोस्ट वेलकम माँ जी।
कभी कुछ ना करके भी देखो। Eat 5 star, do nothing.
you can have fun without spending too much money if you have a very good idea. And good ideas come to you, to my first point, is from your passion. And as I lead you to Shrinivas and the questions that you raise, I just have to say to you, the world is looking forward to you to demonstrate through your passion how much more the world can learn from you. So you'll help me shape my own mind. Thank you so much for your patience. I am open to questions, Srinivas.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Piyush. And as always, it was a real treat to listen to you. I think you tell a story so well and it touches so many hearts. And today was no different. I had a general question which came to my mind. You know, you have been a very passionate cricketer. From there, you went on to being, a tea taster. I don't know whether you still love your tea, but you became a tea taster. And then you joined as an accounts executive in O&M that you currently head as the India chairman and the world creative head. What was that thing in you that made you take? Because not many people can reach this level, though you talked, and I know you rightly talked about passion, you talked about patience, you talked about excellence, and you talked about agility. And I'm sure you have all these. But beyond this, what was it that made you, you didn't go through any pulls, pressures, influences, and you just worked and you rose the topmost position. I mean, what was that clicked for you?
Srinivas, again, it goes back to sport. I think I learned a lot of teamwork from my sporting days. And I think it came to a stage, I loved being with people. I loved working with people. The work attracted more younger people because they wanted to do that kind of work. So because of them, we did better work. It came to a stage where the newspapers started writing that Ogilvy does better than anyone else because they have a battery of creative people. Now that's a great place to be in. You can be an individual star. That doesn't mean your team will win. Brian Lara could not make West Indies win despite being the best batsman in the world. So when you have a team, and I enjoyed teamwork. I enjoyed playing with the team. I enjoyed leading the team. I enjoyed being led by the team. If I was to look back 39 years, which I completed last month at Ogilvy, I think it's people who made the difference. And I think I was, cricket gave me the experience, but from family, I came from a very large family. We were 9 children. And so teamwork was kind of inculcated in me, which became reinforced in cricket, which I started enjoying in advertising, because advertising, we don't have factories. We don't have anything else but people. So I enjoyed the game, and the game kept giving me opportunities. And again, if any one of you, whatever you do in life, whether your team is of 5 people or 5,000 people, if you build a team, you can't lose.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that very enlightening answer. I have one more question for you.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the participants would like to know. You somewhere I heard you saying that there cannot be any glory without guts. Okay. And a lot of that guts also comes with failures, because I've seen in my own case, business decisions involve risks. Risks sometimes lead to failures, sometimes lead to successes. But I've seen youngsters, when they come and talk to me, they don't take failure very kindly. I mean, how does one deal with failure with an experience like yours? And you've handled so many situations, and you've handled so many accounts, and you've made your business grow. And I'm sure you also must have encountered a few failures in your life. How do you deal with these failures, and what would your message to these young minds be? How to deal with failure?
I'll add one more question to this. It's a question which is asked from me: don't you have a writer's block? And failures and writer's block is the same thing. I don't treat writer's block as a block. I think of it as a speed breaker. A speed breaker can slow me down. It can't stop me from driving. And failures, why ask me? Look at your own icons. Tendulkar scores nothing in 3 matches. Comes back and scores the double 100. Virat Kohli is going through a failure right now, personally, not as a team, but in England, he's going through a bad patch. But if you have belief in you, you will treat it as that you are not God. Do you know of any greatest of sportsmen, a cricketer who's hit 6 sixes in every over for 10 overs? We are all human. Unless you see, a failure also is a learning point. You look back and say, "Acha, ye gadbad ho gayi. Next time I will improve on this." Or next time, but I will not stop playing. I said it in COVID times. I was asked when I was working on from Goa on Zooms like this, and somebody said, "Do you feel restricted?" So I said, "My feet are tied. My hands are not tied. My heart is not tied. My mind is not tied." So, yes, you will fail sometimes, but then don't think that this is the end of the road. Like every success is not end of the road, every failure is not end of the road. Get up. Lots of more knowledgeable people have written long before I was born about गिरते हैं शहंशाह घुड़सवार भी मैदान जंग में, तो गिरते हैं यार, फिर उठते हैं. So failure से कभी मत घबराना. I would really tell you that don't ever, and don't let a failure make you into a different person. You have to play the game again. One ball hit you on the head doesn't mean that you stop playing. So please, all of us, I mean, bigger people than us. Gandhi failed in some of his efforts. Did Gandhi stop? So I'm talking about world icons. And we are nothing. If we don't fail, we'll start thinking that we are superhuman. None of us is. Don't stop playing. That's what I would say to everyone.
We've come to almost the end of our session, but I'm tempted to ask you one more question.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's on the minds of many of these young people. You've told so many great stories. You've connected with hearts in India. You've taken the consumers a long way. And I've seen one unique thing about your ads. All your ads convey a very strong message. Despite all this, what was the thought behind writing your book, Pandemonium? What do you want to convey through the book to the young minds in India?
In a way, if you look at it through anecdotal treatment, I was saying exactly what I'm saying today to everyone. That people think that lots of, I said something, okay, this is the best example I can think of. Last week, I suddenly thought of saluting the senior citizens who made my advertising look better as actors. So on Senior Citizens Day, I did a program on Melt. If anyone watches it, the link will be there. Where I said, see, don't look at senior citizens as old. Remember, they were also young in their older days. So, so these are things in Pandemonium, I tried to, where I had more length, I had more time. So I've been more anecdotal about these things, but I have no other story. I have only one story. I have common sense. Love people, keep your eyes and ears open, and engage with people. It will work in a factory of motorcycles. It will work in advertising. It will work in a newspaper. It will work in a technology company. Why is Apple spending so much of time on looking at organizing life for the employees within the setup, is to get all those things going together. It's got teamwork, it's got sensitivity, it has got empathy, it has got everything, and it's technology.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Piyush, once again for, I would only use your own words when I describe our interaction. I think every answer to the question that I asked you, you displayed excellence, agility, patience, and the passion. I think all four have come out with all your responses. So thank you once again on behalf of Rekha, myself, and all at AIMA. Let me say a big thank you to you. We really enjoyed this session and hope to see you soon in Goa.
I'm back on Friday. I'm back on Friday.
I'll get in touch with
you. And thank you so much for all your kind words, Srinivas, and to all the people who are on this program with us. I wish them safe life, healthy life. डर के मत खेलना, घर से निकलना मगर सोच समझ के.
Rekha tells me there are at least about 13,000 as of now online watching your program. So thanks once again.
Thank you,
to all the
Piyush.
young minds.
Thanks, Rekha, and thank you all.
Thank you so much, Piyush and Srini. You're both Goa based, and I hope that we'll be starting our Goa retreats very soon, and we can have you both join us at the beautiful Taj Aguada.
Very much.
We miss Goa now, but thank you for a wonderful session. I think you always bring it alive, Piyush, with your commercials, and not just the young people. I think I also look forward to that. And thanks, Shrini, for moderating the session.
Thanks, Rekha.
Thanks, Srinivas. Thanks,
Thank you.
Rekha.
Thank you. Bye. See you.
All the best for the rest of the program. God bless
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
On behalf of AIMA, thank you, Mr. Pandey, and thank you, Mr. Dempo, for joining us for the session. May I request you all to kindly stay connected, as we will start the next session in a little while at around 12:05 p.m. with Mr. T.V. Mohandas Pai, Chairman, Manipal Global Education Services Private Limited and a past president of AIMA as the speaker, and with Ms. Syna Dehnugara, CBO LetsVenture Features Editor, CNBC TV 18, co-author of Young Turks and YLC co-chair Tech Startup, who will be the session chair. Thank you for your patience. Do stay tuned.
Hi, Mohan. Hi, Syna.
Hi. How are you?
Good to see you, Mohan, after ages. Hi, Syna. You too.
Hi, Rekha. Hello, sir.
Hi, Syna. How are you?
Good, sir.
So we have about 13,000 young people logged on.
13,000. Wow.
13,000. So we have about 8,500 on the platform, about 2.5K on the social media. There are 2,000 young people in 8 colleges in Rajkot who have joined and watching together. So this is the first time we are doing a national Shaping Young Minds program.
Wow.
Thanks to technology, we have managed to reach quite a few people.
Wow. See, they're all coming to meet, to listen to Syna.
Syna.
How is the work with Shanti, Syna?
Good. We are, sir, doing very, it's been a very, very active year for us. All of last year, I think we facilitated about 100 odd investments. And this year, already in the first half, we have crossed 100. And then over and above that, you of course know that we are expanding the platform. SaaS product is doing very well. We have about 400 customers there, about 5 or 6 unicorns also using us, and more getting added every day.
Yeah, Rekha, you must ask Shanti Mohan and Syna to come and give a talk on how they're revolutionizing startup seed financing.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah, they've done something unique.
So we had done one as part of our startup special interest group at AIMA, where we had actually brought in Shanti to talk about angel investing and, if people wanted to explore that. But definitely for a founder-facing program as well would be.
So Mohan, Syna is part of our Young Leaders Council.
Oh,
and
wonderful.
an active member and also an office bearer, I think, special interest.
Oh, excellent,
so
excellent.
They have been doing a lot of work. I mean, I think this group has taken the YLC to a very different level.
See,
So,
you must always put your money on young people, Rekha.
That's why I started the group. I said we need that. We are the oldies.
You got too many old people in AIMA.
So that's why this group, and I said, I will not interfere. Nobody will interfere. They'll set their own agenda. Otherwise, they'll run away, because I think the older ones in the team will not let them function.
No, the reason is with the digital disruption and the digital revolution, the chasm between the earlier generation and this new generation has expanded dramatically.
Yeah, true.
Very dramatic.
Either you keep up or
it's difficult to keep up, because I see it every single day. I'm quite up to date, but it's very difficult to keep up because the thinking is very different.
True. I agree.
See, a mobile first thinking is very different from thinking of the earlier generation. So, it is very tough. And if you happen to be in Delhi, it becomes even more tougher. If you're in Bangalore, it's easier. But if you're in Delhi,
I have some of my young colleagues who are my mentors.
So very good, very good. Yes, I like it. You must publish the list of mentors to Rekha Sethi.
Oh, there are quite a few.
Oh, that will be very interesting.
I know.
We should actually see that. I mean, it actually encourages a reverse sort of thinking, right? Which is very important today.
If you look at my IT head, my social media head, I wouldn't have, understood half of what I'm doing now without them. So I keep telling them that, they are my mentors. I'm learning from them every single day. And that's why I think we've been able to get AIMA to go digital so quickly. Because, you have to keep your mind open and learn from the young ones.
Yeah.
Now we are completely digital. All our revenue streams are digital and doing very well. In fact, we don't want to go back to office.
Very soon, Rekha Sethi will be virtual. We'll not know the real persona from our digital avatar.
At this rate, Mohan, yes. If we don't travel again together, then yes, you'll see me only virtually.
Yeah, when I meet Rekha in flesh and blood, I got to make sure I got to make sure that it's not a real digital avatar, but a real human being.
Make sure you find a real human being.
But even for us, I think, that things are changing so quickly. That day I was talking to a startup and he's explaining to me how he's building something in the metaverse. And I had no idea what he was saying. As he was talking to me, I had to quickly Google and read up, what is the metaverse that he was talking about. Very, very interesting things are happening. And, just keeping up, I think, is, a full-time job. Now we have to dedicate, I at least block out time on the calendar just for reading and keeping up with what is happening. Otherwise,
it's amazing. It's an amazing time to live in.
Yeah. So metaverse is exactly this, creating, your digital avatars and bringing that external reality or a manifested reality into physical interactions.
So we have 1 minute to go. I'm going to hand it over to Smita to take this forward. Have a great session.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the third session of the Shaping Young Minds program. This session is with Mr. TV Mohandas Pai, Chairman, Manipal Global Education Services Private Limited and past President AIMA as the speaker, and Ms. Syna Dehnugara, CBO LetsVenture Features Editor, CNBC TV 18, co-author of Young Turks and YLC co-chair Tech Startup as the session chair. Please note that you can ask questions to the speakers by posting your questions on the Q&A box that you see on your screen. Before I hand over the session to Ms. Syna and request her to take it forward, I have the honor to say a few words about her. Ms. Syna Dehnugara is the Chief Brand Officer at LetsVenture, a startup investment platform. At LetsVenture, Syna is building the next generation of experiences, content, and community to help deliver the promise of LetsVenture to its customers, founders, and investors. She was formerly an anchor and features editor at CNBC TV 18, where she oversaw a variety of programming on technology, the new economy, policy impact, CSR, and of course, Young Turks, India's longest running and most incisive show on startups and entrepreneurship. She also co-authored a book, Young Turks, Inspiring Stories of Tech Entrepreneurs. With this few words, I hand over to Ms. Dehnugara with a request to introduce the speaker, Mr. Mohandas Pai, and also take the program forward.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And it is, I'm excited to be here and to reconnect with Mr. Pai and actually lead this conversation. Let me actually do a little bit of a formal introduction, and then I would like to make a personal one for Mr. Pai as well. So over the last 37 years, Mohandas Pai has served in the areas of finance, information technology, human resources, the venture and startup ecosystem, and of course, the social impact innovation space. Mr. Pai was a board member and the CFO at Infosys over 17 years. Amongst other things, he was responsible for enabling a listing of Infosys in the US, the first of its kind at that point of time. He has served on the boards of Havel, SEBI, the National Stock Exchange. He has chaired various committees. Two of the more notable ones that I will share here is, of course, the SEBI Primary Markets Advisory Committee and the FICCI Skills Committee and Higher Education Committee. And perhaps most importantly, he's a founder trustee of Akshay Patra Foundation, a foundation that has been responsible for galvanizing and for executing massive scale midday meal programs for children across the country. Now, in the past few years, Mr. Pai has focused his energies equally on the startup and venture capital ecosystem, mentoring and advising scores of startups and founders via Aaron Capital, as well as 314 Capital, which is a venture capital firm based out of Bangalore. He has been a tireless champion of entrepreneurship and digital transformation. And in all of the years that I have interacted with Mr. Pai at CNBC, and now with LetsVenture, where we help founders raise capital, I can only say that Mr. Pai has been one of the most honest and candid sounding boards for founders throughout, right? And that is something which is very, very important, because there will be enough people that will talk at 30,000 feet and reassure you, but there are few people who will give you the benefit of their candid thinking, and Mr. Pai has always been one of those. And on that note, I will hand over to you, Mr. Pai, to say a few words, and then we will get into an interactive session with all of our students and young management associates and graduates who have joined us today. But over to you, Mr. Pai.
Thank you very much, Syna, and thank you, AIMA, for inviting me to talk to all your big, big heroes who are going to make the future. I want to talk to you about how the world is changing today. We are in the midst of the digital revolution, a revolution which will shake up the world and change the world forever in a very dramatic manner. To understand the impact of the digital revolution, let us go back a little bit into history. 250 years ago, the Industrial Revolution took place. Till that time, China and India were the largest economies in the world because they had a large skilled population. They were the largest exporters. Then came the age of machines. And the age of machines arrived in Europe and Great Britain because of the capital accumulation by their traders and merchants from trade around the world, and the conquest of America, particularly Middle and South America, by the Spanish and the Portuguese, who found great hoards of gold and silver and became rich. That started the age of colonization and domination of Europe. From 1900 to 2000, Europe dominated, became the largest economy in the world, then the US took over. And the world you see today is the world of the Industrial Revolution, which has created the supply chain. The supply chain to link producers to markets. And in this supply chain, you control raw materials, you control transportation to shipping, through pipelines for oil, then you have retail, wholesale, financial services, everything, because that's the only way to reach consumers and build a global business. And once you're able to do that, it essentially means that you are controlling the flow of global business and you become rich because you control the network. Then 20 years ago, something happened which dramatically changed that, but the impact is being felt now, the rise of the internet. What did the internet do? It created a platform where all people around the world could connect. And it broke the barriers to the expansion of business and networks on the world. It created a network, a synchronous network. Today is synchronous because you and I are talking and listening to each other on this platform. And asynchronous because this can be recorded. You can listen to it any point of time of your choosing, irrespective of the time where you are. So on this platform, millions of people around the world can come together at almost no cost, connected by a cheap wireless device and cheap data plans. To give you some data, out of 7.8 billion people on the planet, about 5.5 billion people have a mobile phone, 5 billion people have the internet connection, and 4.5 billion people have are on social media. And this connection means that you can do e-commerce and get some goods and services. You can do banking, you can do health, you can do education, you can get entertainment, almost everything. And much of the goods that you had in the earlier era has become digital. Music has become fully digital, right? Entertainment has become fully digital. Banking has become fully digital, etc. And the physical world has receded. Now, this is dramatic. But the coronavirus pandemic showed the world how this has changed, because within 15, 20 days of the lockdown around the world, much of the world shifted to the digital media. And you could get all your goods and everything else. And there was lockdown around the world. You couldn't go out and everywhere, but people connected. And India too saw this. And when India saw this, we found in the month of March that, a large number of people, maybe 50, 60% people went digital because India was in the lockdown for 3 or 4 months. We could not go in the streets. We could not buy. We could not go to school. We could not get education. But for many, life went on. And this dramatic change shows that the digital revolution has come with a bang, and the future is going to be digital. And the digital world is driven by many things that have happened over the last 20 years. First is the rise of the internet. Second is the rise of huge computing capacity. Now, computing capacity has grown and the costs have come down. Today, you can get almost unlimited capacity on the cloud. That means you don't have to set up a data center or buy a server. You can just go to AWS or Google or maybe Geo and get your cloud capacity for a small price or almost free in the beginning. So you don't have to bother about creating a technology infrastructure. Then the devices you have become so inexpensive. For example, when I joined Infosys in 1994, a Pentium 4 machine, Pentium 4 has possibly 5% the capacity of your mobile today, cost $2,500. And a CFO negotiated and bought some, 1,000 of them at $2,000. And now you get a good laptop for $500, $600 with a capacity 25, 30% more. And somebody told me yesterday that the new Apple device is going to have more processing capacity than the Cray supercomputer 7 years ago. Can you believe that? So you've got cheap devices. And then the rise of software, everything is becoming software. And that implies that you can use the digital media to control physical devices. And that gives rise to robotics. Robots can do 60% of human activity. And that is going to become much more ubiquitous. So robots are going to do the heavy lifting. And that means today you can see a robo which does a backflip, a robo that can run. You have a robo in MIT which runs like a cheetah at 60 kilometers an hour, a robo pulling a cart and everything else. And robots are autonomous entities which have got software running in them. And what they do is through the camera, they recognize images. The images get processed and the processed images goes into their memory, and which then tells them what to do and how to read it through machine learning. Then the rise of AI and machine learning. Artificial intelligence is an algorithm that can look at predictive patterns and come out and tell you what to do. So you can do predictive analysis based upon pattern recognition, because most of nature and most of human work is all based on pattern and is repeated. Much of the things are repeated. And if you train a machine to recognize images, train a machine to recognize voice, you get what you want. For example, today with facial recognition, the recognition capacity is 98, 99%. That means if you're going anywhere, cameras can pick you up and recognize you and send information where you are. And then if you have voice recognition, you can translate one language to another. You speak in Gujarati and your mobile phone will speak in Malayalam. Gujarati and Malayalam are far apart, and you can do that very easily. Remember that Japanese ad where, you go to Japan and you speak in English and out comes Japanese, right? So that is possible today because of technology and huge processing capacity. And you're going to have more and more of that. You're going to get autonomous cars and you're going to have all these kind of devices come up. And the next point is the huge education in software. Software has changed everything and created this entire kind of world. So it's going to impact the way you lead your lives, impact your business, impact education, everything. And huge amounts of disruptive capital is coming into the market. Today, the OECD countries have printed more than $25 trillion of currency for stimulus. And now out of $45 trillion of government bonds in the OECD, $20 trillion have got negative interest rates. So the world is awash with liquidity and more currency is getting printed. And this capital is flowing out of the markets to find asset classes. In America today, fixed income classes have got batched up because today, junk bond interest rates have become come to a point which is the lowest ever. And equity has grown up as an asset class. Cryptocurrency has come into being as an asset class. And you have alternate assets like, AIFs coming up all over the world. So a new class of assets is coming up. And what happens to pension plans? What happens to this? And the speed of change is very rapid. Innovation was 36 months. Now it's come to 18 months. And what is happening in India? Well, I think India is undergoing a rapid change. And you are all in India. And you must understand this. Out of 1.38 billion people, we have 1.2 billion mobile connections, 1 billion unique connections, 1 billion, 1 billion bank accounts. And the India stack, which has been created by volunteers in Bangalore, is coming together. India is going through this. And India is building this up on the software industry. Let me give you some data before I let Syna take over. The Indian software industry this year is going to export $170 billion of software, more than the oil of the largest oil producer in the world, oil exports of the largest oil producer in the world, Saudi Arabia, for using a little bit of the brain power. It has more than 75,000 companies, employs 5 million people, and has 60% of the global outsourcing, and has $200 billion companies. Infi became a $100 billion company just yesterday. It was remarkable. I remember the journey over the last 27 years. And this industry has created a large workforce. Of the top 10 software service companies, the market value in the world, 5 are Indian. Of the top 5, 3 are Indian. Of the 2.8 million employees, the top 10, 2 million are Indians. Of the 6 million people in software in America, 1 million are Indians. Add to that 2.5 million working in India for American companies. Out of 8.5 million people working for American companies globally in software, 3.5 million are Indians. 35% of startups, 35% of startup founders in America are Indians. American Indians have created 65 unicorns. And in India, the startup industry has taken off, built on the software and the training, and young entrepreneurs like you who are changing the face of India, changing the face of the world. India has got 55,000 startups, 65 unicorns. Almost every one new unicorn is born every other week in Bangalore now. And it's so amazing being here and seeing the unicorn next street to you. And India, they employ 1.5 million people. They created value of $350 billion. And the software service industry has created a value of about $400 billion. And then in the last 7 years, from 2014 till 2020, we got $70 billion of capital coming in. This year, we already got about $15 billion of capital coming in, 25 unicorns born this year. End of the year, it could be 35 or 40. And we'll get totally about $25 billion of capital coming in now. And by 2025, India will have 100,000 startups, 150 unicorns, creating $1 trillion of value. And from now till 2025, we're going to get between 150 and $200 billion of capital coming in. Now, this is the world you are going to enter. This is the world you're going to compete. And this is the world you're going to build. It's an extraordinary world. The excitement is palpable. The excitement is in the air. I remember when I went to Dalal Street long ago at the time of the boom, when Harshad Mehta were there, you could walk on Dalal Street near the Bombay Stock Exchange, grab the air in front of you and you could get rupees in your hands. The excitement was so palpable, everybody jumping up and down. Of course, there's a boom that went bust, whatever it is, but innovation is coming up. Every young person is innovative. Every person is doing this. So it is amazing. And that is the world you're going to get into. And now I'll stop here and ask Syna to ask questions or whatever it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So what we'll do is let's talk a little bit about some of the themes that you brought up. And meanwhile, the audience is going to key in their questions and I will start, posing their questions directly to you. But before we get there, so you spoke of India's largest IT services companies and their contribution not just to India, but globally. Give us a sense of what you see as their innovation power today versus the startup ecosystem. How is India's traditional IT services companies kept up? And I ask this question because for a lot of young people here, the debate might be, do I join the Infosys, the TCSs of the world, or do I take a plunge and join a unicorn today?
Well, let me explain to the difference. The difference is the difference between commercial banking and investment banking. Commercial banking is about lending money, taking deposits, and living on a spread. It is a services business. And investment banking is about making deals, creating value, selling. It's a product business. That is the difference. The software service companies create software for large corporations. And let me give you some example. There are very few great software product innovators in the world. I'll come to startups later. People like Microsoft, which created Office, on which most of the global business run. People like Oracle, which created database software. People like SAP, which creates enterprise software, etc. There are very few. On the other hand, there are millions of enterprises who want to use that software. Earlier, 25, 30 years ago, these enterprises hired people, trained them, and went to these companies, used the software and asked them to install. Very, very soon, specialists came up in the middle who could take these software products, go and install it, maintain it, and run it for the large enterprises. And they became very, very big today. These are the software service companies who use technology. What are the innovation they bring? The innovation they bring is a global delivery model where people can work 24/7 in different parts of the world on a common platform to do it with great project management skills to execute it very well. The innovation is the templates and either templates and frameworks that they create to implement it. The innovation lies in maintaining this complex software using multi-language legacy system evolved over the last maybe 60 years. You'd be surprised that 60% of software in American companies today go on a language called COBOL. COBOL was created much before any of you were born. In fact, I learned COBOL in the Indian Institute of Science in 1978 on punch cards. I mean, I'm just telling you this to understand how the world has changed. So you want to understand this. So that is a business. So they're a service business. They will continue. They'll help make corporations much more profitable. They'll help to make corporations much more efficient. They'll train people. And it's a very different kind of business. And that business will go on. It's like a consulting business. Will McKinsey go out of work? No. McKinsey is consulting, right? They're helping people and earning a fee. Now, what are the startup business? Startups come with products. They come with a product, create an app, and using the app, they connect consumers to markets. And using the app, they give you services, they do everything else. What does Byju do? Byju has an app through which you can get education. You click on the app, you get a lot of education, and it becomes one-to-one. It is B2C, business to consumer. It can be B2B2C, like Mowgli's. Mowgli's is in the infrastructure business, is a B2B2C, like Udan, which creates a supply chain, right? And there are other companies like Paytm, which is giving you payments, Razorpay, which is giving you payments, etc. And then there is a Flipkart, which is giving you e-commerce. What does e-commerce do? Now, e-commerce company is an intermediary between the producer and the consumer. Now, if you have a physical shop, you have to have a certain amount of display. You got to get the good display. You and I go to the shop and you buy. Now, instead of that, you have a display screen, a portal where millions of goods can be done. And you can see it in the leisure of your home at 12 o'clock in the night, 2 o'clock in the morning, whenever you want. The shop doesn't have to be open because it's 24/7. And the goods are all displayed there. You click on it and then you pay through it electronically and it goes to a physical location, is delivered to you in the next day. So what has happened? The intermediary layer of the physical store has gone away. You have a digital store, but the supply chain of the producer of the goods and storage and delivery still exists. So the interaction between customers has gone away from a physical location to a digital layer. Now that is a product company. And those are what startups are doing, because startups are creating products. That's a different line of business. Now, as far as you are concerned, you must show what is your strength. Are you a big problem solver? Are you a person who can think laterally? Are you a person who knows deep technology? And if you are, and you have been writing software, doing many things, go join a startup. Go join a complex technology, get some expertise, learn Python or whatever it is you learn to do that. But if you don't know software and you want to learn software, join the big companies, Infosys, TCS, or whoever it is. They will train you very well like nobody else. These private companies cannot give you the kind of training. They'll give you the life skills to make a difference in your life. And after 1 or 2 years, if your career progresses, do well, stay there. Otherwise, look around and join and sell yourself to the highest bidder. Please remember that, you must look after your own economic interest. Loyalty to a company is very good. But if you get paid well, you are loyal. You're not paid well, you get something outside, you go outside and decide for yourself. But the key message is you must have the problem-solving ability, you must have the passion, energy, and you must have the skills to make a difference because you're competing with thousands and thousands of people. There are 100 million people every year who are graduating. India alone is graduating 10 million people. 10 million, 1 crore graduates. China is doing 10 million, right? 100 million people possibly are graduating all over the world every year. There's huge competition and everybody is competing together. The barriers to movement of people is coming down because they're all on the internet. Now in the COVID era, work disappeared, work from home. When you say work from home, home can be anywhere. It can be a beach. It can be a mountaintop. It can be your actual house. It can be anywhere. Who cares? Everybody is together on a common platform. So the idea of working in a particular country face-to-face is gone. So I think this is what I think you should do, depending on what you want to do, what you feel your strengths are. But you must have high skills, a problem-solving attitude, high energy, passion, enthusiasm, and the desire within you want to change the world.
So what have you done? You spoke of problem solving, right? And that is something which is a skill that you can keep honing over time. Give us a sense of how you have developed your own problem solving mindset. What are some of the things that you've done over your career that have stood you in good stead, right? As far as creating that muscle of problem solving is concerned.
Syna, the most important thing for problem solving is to have a curious mind. As a young child, I used to go to the library every weekend and read 2 or 3 books a day. My mother was a school teacher and we are brought up reading. So I read enormous amount of books on science, on physics, on geography, on history, on everything. Just wanted to read all the books in the library. All right. Then as I grew up, my father was a shareholder in many companies, maybe 10 companies. There's an annual report. I used to read all the annual reports. By the time I was 21, I had 2,000 annual reports. I read all of them, Indian companies, foreign companies. I used to go to shareholders meeting, buy some shares and ask them questions. I used to get my kicks. Okay. So I used to decipher annual report, decipher balance sheets, and I should do that. Then I decided I don't want to go to medicine. It is painful. I didn't want to do engineering. I did commerce. Then I became a chartered accountant. And as a chartered accountant, there are many problems to solve in taxation and others, but didn't want to go before a tax officer and wait outside his door. So my friend told me to come to run a financial service company, a hire purchase leasing company. I worked there. Then I set about improving regulations, became part of the industry to talk about what has to be done. And then, I used to meet many people and I used to go to the Infosys AGM to ask Murthy questions. I remember that, from my company, we bought some Infi shares. And one day I was sitting there, I saw the Infi annual report, not a very good annual report because I had not prepared that. And then, I saw the annual report. The AGM was next week. I went there. I saw all the founders sitting down there, very nervous in the suits, and they're giving lunch. Nobody gives lunch in a shareholders meeting. So, I went to the meeting. I asked questions to Murthy and Nandan, and later they met me. I had met them earlier when they were doing a pre-placement IPO before that, when I bought the shares. Then I went to Mumbai. Then I met Nandan, had lunch with him. Then I went to Mumbai for the first analyst meet Infi did in 93 October. Then I asked questions there. And Vallabh Bansali of INAM was there. He told Murthy, don't answer him because he is a friend of mine. Because I asked him very insightful question. He said, it could be sensitive information, don't answer. Then after that, they told me, why don't you come and join? So they invited me. I joined as a consultant in 94. Then, the first thing I did was the consultant, I said, I don't want to be an employee. I was a rebel, anti-establishment rebel. Okay. That's what gives you energy, right? Because remember, we were in college when the emergency was going on, right? We're all rebels. We marched in the street. We went on strikes, all kind of stuff. I mean, it's what young people did those days. I don't know what young people do today. I'm not that young. So after that, I set about making the annual report and we created an annual report for Infosys, which won all the awards for 10 years. It had high disclosure, economic value added analysis, human resource accounting. It had, other kind of things also in the gap of 7 countries, UK gap, US gap, Japanese gap, German gap, French gap, Indian gap, etc. And we published it and we created this aura. We are on the front page of Economic Times for the innovation that we brought in financial reporting. And all the things that you see today, quarterly accounting, review of the quarterly accounting, having corporate governance like lead independent directors, a good board, which gives you information, all the information, analyst call, analyst meetings, all the kind of stuff. Then we built campuses. Our campus is extraordinary. People came in, there were food courts, there were cafeteria, there were swimming pool, there were pool tables, and there were auditoriums. There were so many things happening. Everybody loved them, right? And we created all the paraphernalia. We created software. We created the global delivery model where you could work anywhere. We treated people well. We created India's largest stock option plan. In 99, there were $200 millionaires. And the value of the plan today in today's money is 1 lakh crore. Nobody has created so much wealth for employees because nobody in India used to give stock options to people. We created all of them, and many of them have become entrepreneurs, right? So I did it because we're curious and we wanted to set standards, because Murthy told us we may not be the largest company in the world, but we have to be the best company. So the energy to be the best, to set standards and stand up for India. And remember, then we went to NASDAQ for listing. We announced that we listed in NASDAQ in 1995. We listed in NASDAQ in 1999. We only raised 72 million. We got a book of 3.6 billion. The stock price went up 50% during the roadshow. And then we did a secondary ADR, 350 million, 1 billion, 1.5 billion, all in the United States market. And the US had the toughest standards with the SEC, with the oversight. We did all that because we had this passion. That's the innovation. Then I stepped down in 2006 because I said I spent being CFO from 94 to 2006, 12 years. I want others to have, the day in the sun. I was 48. It's not exactly very old, right? So I stepped down. My colleague took over. Then then I told Murthy, I want to leave. He said, no, you come and become HR. I said, HR, those people hate me. Even though I made sure employees had the largest stock option plan, I made sure they got increments higher, I made sure they got employee loans, all the things, they still didn't like me because they said every year they should come and say, give 25% more, 30% more. I said, come on, give a break. We are an economic engine. So I agreed. And I remember the first meeting with my HR team, they all came to my room. They had glum faces. Then asked me, I said, okay, tell me. They said, can we trust you? I said, what? I'm the director for HR, the board member. You're saying, can you trust me? Why? No, you're a CFO. You never gave us what you. Then I said, look, till yesterday, I used to see every person walking into my room as the net present value of a future stream of revenue, as an economic agent. Now I see them as a person who requires empathy, who has to do everything. Then I set about changing HR, changing the structure of HR, creating a role-based model. And I did many innovative things. And I'll give you one example. I'm a data guy. I looked at data, and you'll be very surprised. If you look at attrition, North Indians had 2% higher attrition than South Indians. The reason why TCS has such low attrition is because they hired a lot of people from Chennai. And the people from Chennai and the South have lower aspiration than people from the North. It's a characteristic of the cultures where you come from. We are not one unique country, right? Then I discovered only 55% of women came back to work after having a baby. Then I discovered that women are getting lesser promotion than men. Because why? During the time of pregnancy, it is not considered as work. So we set about changing the rules. We said the period of pregnancy and maternity leave is work. So you cannot discriminate. Second, we said, we'll give you 2 more years to come back to work. You can have the lean on the job. Next, we said you can work from home, and we set up satellite officer where you could come. We gave them some money to go to creches. Then we had a mentor, a senior woman to talk to them because, you have a baby when you're young. The baby requires a lot of care. And a mother's heart is very different from a male's heart. The father will run away, but the mother cannot run away from the small thing, right? So the mother has to take care, feed the baby and everything else. And now the % of people coming back went up to 85%. 85%, now I think much higher. Then we made sure women got promotion. We made sure the women got the share of promotion. We went to many colleges and hired people. Then we found that the % of minorities were less. So we went to colleges where there are minorities and increased the number massively. So I restructured the entire HR process and made it applicable from the new model. So a lot of innovative stuff, but setting standards.
Setting standards, sir. Let's move the conversation. You speak to a lot of founders, right? You mentor a lot of young entrepreneurs, folks who are building product companies, like you said, new age companies. What are some of, if you can kind of extrapolate from your conversations with them, what do you think is the muscle that young entrepreneurs still need to build up more of in our country, right? From your experience of conversations with them?
I think they need to have more confidence in their abilities. They're very good technical people. Many of them don't speak properly. They need to have more confidence. Look at Baiju. I remember, Ranjan, my partner in Aryan Capital, where we both are partners, was in Manipal because, he runs the Manipal education. His family runs it, right? So they have a hotel there. He found a furor there. So he went and said, who is this person? There was Baiju telling all the engineers there how to pass the IIM exam. Because every engineer wants to go to IIM because they think they'll make more money. And there are thousands of people. So he said, I want to meet him. Baiju came, spoke to him and said, he's doing this, blah, blah, blah. Then Ranjan asked him, do you want capital? He said, yes, I'll come back. Then he came back and said, look, I'm going to want capital at 150 crore pre 2012. 150 crores, what are your revenues? 4 crores. And you want at 150 crores? Yeah, I want 50 crores. Then Ranjan said, that's too high. He said, Ranjan, 6 months later, you'll have to invest at 200 crores pre. So he had the chutzpah and the confidence. Based on that, we gave him 9 million at 50 million pre. Today is worth some 16, 20 billion. He had the passion, he had the energy, he had the technical ability, that ideation, he used to teach, could market, he could raise capital. Now, all those things have to come. So first of all, you need that ideas and the ability to execute the idea. And then you need to articulate. And then you need to know how to raise capital. All the unicorns you see are people who have been able to raise subsequent rounds of capital. They got people wanting to invest money. And the people who have not been successful despite having better company, the people who could not raise money. I'll give an example. Taxi for Sure in Bangalore and Ola started the same day. Taxi for Sure had better technology, but Apramaya was very busy running the company and creating technology, whereas Babish went and raised 2 more rounds and raised so much capital. The game was over. Taxi for Sure has to sell. So Indian entrepreneurs should have that ideation, build a team, execute it, passion, and have the ability to raise capital. This is a capital game. Why? You are trying to do in 3 years what normally business does in 10 years. So you need money. And once you get the money and they invest the money, you're far ahead of somebody, and more money comes attracted to you because they want to bank on winners. This is a winners take all game.
All right. But don't you think so when you talk about winners take all, and we're seeing that play out, right? I think in each of the industries, we have 2 or 3 large players, right? And then the sort of innovation stagnates a little bit until then there is an upstart again a few years down the line to shake things up. In that atmosphere, how should founders be thinking of a longer term vision, be thinking about continuously innovating, or then go down the path of, let's pick up Baiju's example, right, of consolidating the market, of being very aggressive with the M&A. But then who disrupts Baiju's?
Syna, every industry, every period, 1 winner, 2 winner comes out and dominates the digital world. Apple is dominating. What happens to all others? Correct? But there'll be a dominant player because they create a very distinct way of doing things. They are innovative, they move fast, and they raise enormous amount of capital. They do it. Why in enterprise software there's only Microsoft? Because Microsoft was first, they captured the market and they became a digital monopoly. See, in the digital world, you can become digital monopolies because the speed of change and the speed of access to market is very, very high. So you got to be very careful. But the important thing is to distinguish yourself by creating innovative software, easy to use software, which attracts more people. Look at TikTok. TikTok has got more downloads than Facebook today. Facebook was innovative 10 years back. Is Facebook innovative now? No. Because like Clayson said, everybody's innovative, then they become establishment, then they get processes, then the tyranny of the process takes over and the C is becoming innovative. Cisco was such an innovative company. Don't hear of Cisco now because the routers have all become, electronic virtual routers. The physical routers are going down. Mercedes-Benz has been for 100 years. Tesla is more valuable. Why? New vehicle, new thing, but Tesla produces maybe 1/100th of what, Mercedes-Benz produces, but the value is some 10 times. Why is that? Because they're innovative and money is coming behind them. Because disruptive capital follows disruption, and what they do is they buy long into the disruptive players and they sell short to established players and make money both sides. That's the game capital plays all around the world. Now, if you want to succeed, and there are thousands of these innovative startups in this area where the barriers to entry are very less. Okay, barriers to entry, but the barriers to growth are very many. You must be distinct, do something very differently, be innovative, and focus on customer delight, customer satisfaction. Customers must start flocking to you in the B2C game. In the B2B game, remove the sore points and make sure that more and more people come. Today, there are 4,500 edtech startups. I mean, maybe 100 will succeed or make some money. Maybe 20 will be the big players. Maybe 5 will be the really big players. And now when you become big like Baichu, you buy competition. Cisco used to buy 250 companies a year. Why? Because anybody's innovative, they go buy them. People are happy to make money, then they kill them or use the innovation. Mostly kill them because they don't want innovation to come up. They want the core group to go up because they're making so much money. So possibly Baichu will buy all this kind of stuff and shut them down because you can't manage 10 startup business. We don't know, but using capital effectively.
All right. A couple of questions that have come in, sir, and I'll pose those to you. From Aldrich Almeida, you spoke about a lot of things, sir, but I want to understand, how do you maintain focus and patience as a young person?
You have to maintain focus and patience as a young person because you have a dream that you want to achieve 1, 2, 3. 24/7, you must breathe, experience, and work to execute that idea. And don't shift the idea, but review the idea every month to see whether the idea is clicking, the idea is growing. And after a period of time, if it doesn't happen, you pivot, you check out why it's not happening and do something else. Don't get stuck to something for a long period of time and don't go beyond failed ideas because life is very short. So you have to focus, you have to work on that dream of that 24/7. Your life should be full of that idea so that passion energy comes out. But it doesn't work, go elsewhere, doesn't matter. Don't marry the idea, correct?
All right. So do you see enough innovation taking place for Bharat, right? I mean, we discuss this a lot. A lot of the large unicorns today have actually been created for a certain part and certain audience in our country, correct? With the exception of a few. Do you see very large technology companies being built to actually service a customer in India that perhaps can't spare more than a few odd rupees, few hundred rupees for a product or a service? When will we get there?
Of course, there are 1,250 agri startups. Only 250 got funding. Maybe 20 are very good. They're all not making money, but they're solving a big problem for agriculture, connecting farmers to market.
But when will capital chase them, sir, is my question.
Exactly. You see, this is a capital game. This requires capital. That's why we need the government. I've been talking to government, telling them that NABARD should have a 5,000 crore fund for startups. Because you have to do that. Look at Aadhaar. Aadhaar has got 1.2 billion people who got an Aadhaar number, right? And look at what Prime Minister Modi did with the Digital India vision. He has transferred 17 lakh crores by DBT. So there is a market there. Look at UPI. UPI is giving people the power of technology. You know, it is in the private sector, people will focus on getting the addressable market. So they'll go to the top, which has got buying power, then they'll go to the bottom. Why is Twitter coming to India, where they don't make much advertising revenues? Because they get the eyeballs. Why is TikTok happy about India till they're thrown out? Because they get eyeballs. They get advertising from America, the eyeballs from here, they become very big and they dominate the market, they shut out everybody else, correct? So it's beginning to happen, but what we need is capital. Syna, every year, China invests $65 billion a year in startups and AIFs. America, 135 billion. We are only investing 10, 11 billion. This year could be 20, 25 billion. We need more capital. And our Indian capitalists are not investing. Only 10% of the capital invested every year in India is Indian capital. You know the difficulty. You are handling that, right?
All right. One last question, sir, I think is what we have time for, from Anushka. She says that you have been a big inspiration for her, but she wants to know who or what was your inspiration?
You know, there's a good question. I have two great inspirations in my life. Mahatma Gandhi. You'll be very surprised. Mahatma Gandhi, because here was a lone person who came back to India, became one of the poor Indians, dressed like them, who sacrificed his family and everything to get Indians together on a platform. And he made many mistakes. He was very human. He made very many mistakes, but he communicated to people. He was a leader, and he had unbelievable leadership qualities. The power of vision, the power to communicate, the power to create leaders, the power to inspire others, leadership by example, the compassion for the poor, and then ideas, innovation like the Dandi Salt March, and then communication, and the courage to stand up, the courage to pull back when things go wrong, as happened in Chauri Chaura. So he was a very remarkable man who did not want power, but wanted a common good because he could get everybody together. It led to the freedom for 60% of humanity. So, he's my inspiration as a leader. Then Narayan Murthy. I never met an industry like Narayan Murthy. And Narayan Murthy is the one who got us global respect. A professional, highly educated, went and worked, used a little bit of money to create a great company, sacrificed, had good corporate governance, leadership by example, inspired others, created more leaders around him, shared his wealth with everybody, an intellectual par excellence, and a man who created Infosys, and he told all these people, set standards. I want you to do well, and I want everybody to do well. The largest stock option plan for everybody. All the good things that a man did, and a man of great courage who stood up for everything, and a man of great ethics. Syna, in India, after independence, we have had 3 great business leaders who create an epoch in their own time. J.R.D. Tata in the first 2 decades of independence, because that's the time when industry was coming up, and Nehru did not let private capital flourish because he suppressed them, but he was there. He was a symbolic of India, and an innovator, started Air India and everything. Then Dhirubhai Ambani, who taught us scale, the largest Indian company he founded, and Mukesh is doing a fantastic job growing that. Dhirubhai Ambani taught India how to build scale, how to dream big, how to get more investors, how to do things. Yes, he broke a few rules while doing that because, he made sure that India could grow. And then Narayan Murthy in the 90s, a middle class with no capital, grew a global company with the world respected and restored the world like a colossus. These are the 3 people. But my time was Narayan Murthy because I worked with him. I didn't work with Dhirubhai Ambani. I didn't work with JRD. I was too young. And Dhirubhai Ambani was a different planet in Mumbai. I'm a Bengalorean. So for me, Narayan Murthy, these are the 2 people who inspired me. One is in the social sector, in the human sector, and other in business.
All right. Just before we started this conversation, Sir, Rekha Sethi told us about how some of her young team members are her mentors today. Who is your young mentor? Who is your young inspiration today?
Well, I got many. I admire Baiju for what he does. I frankly think that Baiju will be the Narayan Murthy of startups. He's an unbelievable guy. I had very few interactions with him, but I admire Baiju. Then I have some other founders whom I admire, like Kunal Shah of Cred, brilliant guy, extremely brilliant. Okay, and Harshil of Rezape, and then Mowgli's, Mowgli's founder Rahul. So I think I have all these people, and I met a lot of people. Then I think I spend a lot of time. See, as a family, we have put money into 32 funds. We also invested in LetsVenture. I worked with Shanti in the early times. And we, in Arin Capital, we had a fund of fund. We got 14 funds. We got 250 companies. They're worth about $500 million today. So we are done very well. And 314 Capital, where both my boys, Pranav and Siddharth, are running the fund. Among the top 5 funds in India, there are 2 of the funds in the top 5 in India over the last 10 years. They've done extremely well. Pranav studied at Stanford, came back, has built venture. Siddharth, a chartered accountant. A very brilliant guy, I must say. I'm so happy with both of them. So I learned from them. And I learned from, I mentored 50 companies every 2 months. I talk to the founders and I try to restrain myself because, I think I'm very disruptive. You should ask Rekha, how I'm a very aggressive fellow. So I try to restrain myself. So I think, you have to learn from younger people who are very different. The generation in digital entrepreneurs are a mobile first generation. They think very differently from my generation. My generation had constraints. We grew up in a world of constraints. They're growing in a world where there's no constraint because everything is digital. They can easily tell you, I'll get 1 billion people on my platform in 3 years. Could I make the statement? I could not. There was no way I could make the statement. So they think very differently. The more you interact with them, the more you make them your mentors, the more you learn.
All right. So I think on that note, we will conclude this conversation. Thank you very, very much for joining us and for sharing your thoughts ever so candidly with all the young participants today. Thank you.
Syna, I want to check off by telling everybody who is on this show, look, dream big, work hard to achieve your dream, and you'll do extremely well. The world is growing at a rapid pace. There are unbelievable opportunities. Don't feel sorry for yourself. Don't have self-pity. What you make of your life is what you can do. And you got all the ability, the intellectual capacity, and nobody owes you a living. You got to make it work yourself. And if you have demonic energy, a great vision, great dreams, and work towards it, you'll all succeed. But at the end of it, you must learn that you must be happy. Learn how to be happy.
Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, Rekha.
Thank you, Mohan, so much. You were your usual bundle of energy. I feel exhausted by the end of one of your sessions because there's so much learning and there's so much. While we have been very friendly and I've known you for so long, every time you speak to the audience, I pick up some points. And I loved your last line. You need to be happy, because I think for all the young people here, that's the core. And my advice to everybody is do what makes you happy, because your work is what you're going to be living with for the rest of your life. And your work must, give you passion. You look at Mohan and you see how passionate he is about his work, about what he does. And you feel, yes, that's the way I want to be about my work. And Syna, thank you so much for steering the conversation so well. I think you were a brilliant combination, and I'm sure the young people have got a lot out of this interaction today. So thank you very much. Thanks so much for joining.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Pai. Thank you, Ms. Dehnugara, for a very interesting session. May I request you all to kindly stay connected for the next session, which is with Ustad Amjad Ali Khanji, the renowned Sarod Maestro, as the speaker, in conversation with Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, as the session chair. We will take this opportunity to also give a chance to play our sponsor videos. Do stay tuned.
आने वाले कल की दस्तक हमें सुनाई देती है, नई मंजिल है जिस ओर हमें वो दिशा दिखाई देती है। नए इंडिया का नया जोश, नए इंडिया का नया जोश, नए जोश से निकल पड़े हम, आने वाला कल होगा हमारा। नए इंडिया का नया जोश।
और नए इंडिया के सफर में टेक्नोलॉजी की शक्ति लेकर आपका भागीदार रहेगा रिलायंस। नए इंडिया का नया जोश।
Welcome to the world of Tata Steel, a flagship company of the global business conglomerate, the Tata Group. Tata Steel is one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers, with operations and commercial presence across the world. The story began with the dream of one man, Jamsetji Nusserwanji Tata, a pioneer, a visionary, a man ahead of his times. He had his heart set on building a steel plant in India that would compare with the best globally. His dream was brought to fruition by his son, Dorabji Tata, and thus was born Tata Iron and Steel in Jamshedpur in 1907. At the turn of the 21st century, fueled by its global aspirations, Tata Steel expanded its footprint to Southeast Asia in Singapore and Thailand. Acquisition of Chorus in Europe in 2007 placed it amongst the top global steel companies in the world. In 2015, Tata Steel set up a state-of-the-art integrated steel plant at Kalinganagar, Odisha in India. The Phase 2 expansion of Kalinganagar steel plant from 3 million TPA to 8 million TPA is currently underway. The company is all set to pursue domestic growth with its acquisition of Bhushan Steel Limited and the steel business of Usha Martin. This forms part of the overall strategy to increase its India footprint, build capacity in long products, and enrich the product portfolio. Besides steel manufacturing facilities, the company has mining assets in the state of Jharkhand and Odisha in India. Tata Steel has evolved into a leading steel manufacturer, catering to diverse market segments. In its trend-setting journey, spanning more than a century, Tata Steel has contributed immensely towards the well-being of the planet and people. Guided by its vision to be the global steel industry benchmark for value creation and corporate citizenship, Tata Steel is poised to lead the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the fourth session of the National Shaping Young Minds program. This session is between Ustad Amjad Ali Khan ji, the Sarod Maestro as the speaker, and Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA as the session chair. As Ustad ji is currently traveling overseas, he could not join us live for the session. However, we were fortunate enough to record his session yesterday, which we are happy to play for you now.
Good morning, everybody. Ustad Amjad Ali Khan, or Khan Sahib as he is popularly called, students, faculty, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to have you with us in a very special session with a superstar of Indian classical music and a treasure of Indian cultural heritage. He's not just a man with golden fingers that make beautiful music. He's also a man with a golden heart who has always found time for engaging with students. The oldies amongst us would remember his all-nighters on schools and college campuses with Spick Mackay in the 1980s. Khan Sahib, it is a pleasure and privilege to have you with us, and many thanks for agreeing to do this session. You have always been so supportive of AIMA, and I'm really honored and grateful that you have spared time from your busy schedule for the AIMA cause. For 6 decades, you have been synonymous with Indian classical music, and Sarod is in particular synonymous with you. You were a part of India's breakthrough generation of classical musicians who made the world fall in love with Indian art and culture. It is now nearly 58 years since your first performance in the US, and you're still pulling crowds everywhere in the world. You also performed at the 2014 Nobel Peace Prize concert, along with your very accomplished sons, Aman and Ayan. Your enchanting music has brought you the honorary citizenship of Houston, Tulsa, and Nashville in the US. The government of India has honored you with all the Padma Awards, Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and Padma Vibhushan. Thank you so much for joining us, and a very warm welcome. Friends, the Shaping Young Minds program is a joint effort of AIMA and its local affiliates to help management students and young professionals with the personal development and career thinking. As you would already be aware, thanks to technology, this is the first ever national SYMP AIMA is holding, with over 20,000 young participants on the AIMA platform. The program is being live streamed to many more thousands through AIMA's social media channels of YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. There's no better way to learn than learn from the best, those who have been there and done that. SYMP hosts iconic achievers from different fields of work, and they share their life experiences and lessons with the young audience. In this session, we are privileged to have the incomparable Khan Sahib, and he's kindly agreed to talk about his secrets of success in a highly sophisticated and extremely competitive industry. He's also agreed to share his mantra for achieving excellence in personal matters and social engagement. Here's to an exciting session ahead with Khan Sahib. It is simply awesome to have this opportunity to moderate a fireside chat with you today. I actually jumped at the opportunity when it was presented to me, and I have lots of questions which have actually come in earlier from young students and young professionals, and I would like to take them up one by one. So before I start, Khan Sahib, would you like to just say a few words of welcome to our young friends?
Thank you, Rekha ji, and namaskar to all my young friends. They are the future of our country and the world. And I had the honor of serving all over the schools and the colleges of India abroad also. I've done so many residencies in Stanford and Bloomington and so many universities, Chicago University, Washington University. And it's a great honor and pleasure for me to be part of AIMA projects. I'm proud of AIMA, and AIMA has connected the world. AIMA is showing right direction to all of us, especially the young mind and young people.
Thank you, Kansa. So I will start off with my first question. You have led an amazing life, and I'm sure your story is just as amazing. We would love to map your journey through the years in this dialogue today. You come from a gharana that has professional links with the gharana of the legendary Tansen. Did you feel any pressure growing up? Tell us something about your childhood. How was it growing up with a famous father?
It's a great honor for me to be born to family of musicians, and my guru, my father was Ustad Hafiz Ali Khan of Gwalior. Gwalior was it was called capital city of music. The legendary Mia Tansen, who was in the court of Emperor Akbar, he was among the 9 jewels, Tansen. And he was born in Gwalior. His grave is in Gwalior, and my forefathers, they were all in Gwalior, and I was born in that house, which is now has been converted into a museum. It's called Sarod Ghar. You are most welcome to visit. And my forefathers, they were the court musician of Maharaja Sindhia. And that is the history of all the great musicians, whether European or Indian, that the rulers, the Maharajas and the Nawab, they used to patronize creative people and great masters. So it's a great honor, and but being the youngest child in our family, everybody, all my father's disciples, all my father's followers told me that I have to carry forward the tradition. And I was very young and unexpected child, or the last child of the father, because he was very old when I was born. And he tried on every member of my family, uncle, brothers, everybody. But perhaps whatever he was looking for, he maybe saw a little bit in me, or he has given up all the hopes. So I could not enjoy my childhood, the freedom of childhood. I became, responsible like an old man, a responsible man. Any child, the day he becomes responsible, it's a great occasion for the parents. Because there are so many, children or human beings, they may be 40 or 50, but they become liability to the society and liability to the world. So it is very important for young people to be responsible and family pride. You know, there was a book produced by Rowley Books. It's called Family Pride, and the young children were asked to write on their famous fathers. So I think Aman and Ayan, they were very young. They were assigned to write on their father and guru, and many other, children of musicians and artists. They wrote on their father. So Aman Ayan wrote the first book. I think you must have seen that. Abba's Greatest Gift or something like that.
Yes, yes.
So anyway, it's a great honor to be part of the Gharana. But at the same time, I would like to salute to those musicians who made a difference, who became symbol of music, and their father was not musician. Like Ustad Alauddin Khan Sahab, Pandit Ravi Shankar, Pandit Bhimsen Joshi, Pandit Kumar Gandharv, and so many other. There are so many musicians. Their father was not a musician, and they became symbol of Indian classical music or creative art. So it's a big advantage to be born in the family of musicians, but at the same time, you have to surrender yourself to the Gharana, to your Guru and to God. Because in Indian classical music, the disciple is not supposed to ask what will happen after 5 years.
Okay.
So that tomorrow was always a big question mark. And we were not allowed to ask about our future. What will happen after 5 years? What will happen after 10 years? So Indian classical music is like entering into a dark tunnel with the hope of sun ray someday. रोशनी की तलाश में आदमी अंदर चला जाता है. And very few realize the light and that sun, and rest of the world, thousands and lakhs, they're still searching for that light. So one has to give yourself to the Guru, the art, the God, and just believe in God that tomorrow will be better than today. That's all I can say.
But you were a small child. Didn't you feel the pressure of the kind of responsibility on you? Did you ever feel that, okay, I want to give it up. I want to go play like my other friends. I don't want to carry on this tradition anymore. Did you ever go through that mental thought process?
India is a very unique country. It's very difficult to understand India because every country has problems and we also have problems. We have so many religions, so many customs, so many traditions. But you can't deny the fact that India has created Amjad Ali Khan. Every region of India, they started inviting me when I was nearly 12 years old. What could I do in my school? How could I manage the school or the homework? Because my father was not interested to send me to any school because he felt that you can only understand one thing in lifetime. You can't do everything. That old saying, jack of all trade, that expression.
Master of none.
Master of none. हिंदी में कहते हैं कि एक साधे सब सधे और सब साधे सब जाए. So that was the feeling of legendary my father, Ustad Hafiz Ali Khan Sahab. And but then, my father's friends, disciples and followers, they insisted and they forced my father, persuaded my father that I must be sent to school for some time. And then, for a few years, I was in modern school, Delhi.
Okay.
And while I was in Gwalior, my father invited teachers at home to teach me whatever subjects were required. So there are, government schools in Gwalior like Gorkhi or Madhav Middle School. So for some time, I spent some few months or a few years in those schools. And finally, I was in modern school, and I was very fortunate to have the principal, legendary Mr. M.N. Kapoor.
Yes.
He was a institution, and he, I still remember that my mathematics was very poor, and my father took me along to modern school and met the principal and requested Mr. Kapoor to help me in my mathematics. So Mr. M.N. Kapoor said, Khan Sahab, ये कभी मैथमेटिक्स में पास नहीं करेंगे और मैं इनको कभी फेल नहीं करूंगा, because he has come to play Sarod in this world.
Yes.
Can you imagine any principal saying such thing today to any parents? But he was Mr. M.N. Kapoor, the institution. And I hope everybody will understand my Hindi also, or maybe you can translate in English. That the Mr. Kapoor said that I will never pass in mathematics and he will never fail me in mathematics because I have come to play Sarod in this world. So I'm grateful to all my staff members, teachers, Mr. Vedvyas, Mr. Menon, and Mr. Khurana. He was my housemaster. So those few years, I couldn't complete the school because day by day, I was getting invitations from, at the age of 12, when I was invited in Kolkata, Bengal, in one of the biggest music festivals. My father was playing solo. I was allotted a solo in the morning with Ustad Karamatullah Khan, the great tabla player at that time. And you will be surprised in the brochure, I still have that brochure, with among so many great musicians, Pandey Tumkarna Thakur, Ustad Bade Ghulam Ali Khan Sahab. Among those legendary musicians, my photograph was also printed, and they had written, at the age of 12, they addressed me as Ustad Amjad Ali Khan.
That is amazing.
Bengal has given so much love and respect to, creative people, whether it's film, it's a theater, music. And in Bengal, in those days, they used to write Ustad with O.
Oh.
And also they used to put Z in my name, instead of J. They called me Ustad Amjad Ali Khan, out of love and affection. So I'm very grateful to every region, Bengal, Maharashtra, South, all the 4 states of South. So every region of India nurtured me and blessed me, encouraged me to reach wherever I am today.
That is really amazing. But when was the first time that you played overseas and how was that experience?
You see, before going to overseas, another interesting thing I would like to share, that nowadays, people or creative people are trying and, to get government awards, Padma Shri and this and that. Every year the system change, and but to receive an award from a music institution is much more encouraging and prestigious. You won't believe, I was nearly 15 or 16 years old, and I was invited by a music institution in Allahabad. It's a very prestigious institution called Prayag Sangeet Samiti, still exists. They give diploma degrees of music. There are so many institutions in our country. They give diplomas and degrees of PhD in music, yes, and MA music, DL in music. So such musicians are called musicologists. Okay. Because they read music, they write music, and they do sadhana of writing and reading. rather than swar sadhana.
Swar sadhana.
See, my father said, in one time, you should be able to understand the sound. Because there are two worlds, world of sound and world of language. A world of words, language. So through sound is very innocent, very, very graceful. Sound has connected the world. Only 7 musical notes all over the world, whether it is European musician or Japanese musician, any musician, Chinese musicians, we are using the same sound. So through sound, I cannot manipulate. If I'm out of tune, you will come to know that I'm out of tune. But through language, you can manipulate. And the world is manipulating. You know, beautiful visiting cards and beautiful dress and beautiful English and the expressions and the language make you what you are not even. You know that how many kind of people in our country we have. And so there are so many God men, and they took advantage of our submission, of our respect. So language and language creates barriers. Language creates barriers, and music has connected. Now I have composed, several symphony orchestras. I have worked with European musicians, and I have composed a piece called Samagam. It's a 45-minute piece. This is the first Sarod concerto in the world that Aman, Ayan, we 3 sit on the stage. And there are, you must have seen, it's on the YouTube.
Yes, I've seen that.
50, 60 musicians, they are playing. So I'm writing, I've nearly completed the 2nd concerto also. So, so collaboration, recently you must have heard about our collaboration with Joe Walsh, the great rock star of Eagle. They had the band called Eagle.
Yes.
So the album is called Prayers of Prathna. So we were in Los Angeles, we recorded with Mr. Joe Walsh, and the album is doing quite well. So what I was trying to say, that in one lifetime, you can't understand fully the sound and also the language. So I opted for sound. I love to be in the world of sound. So there are words behind the song. They become film song, they become bhajan, they become qawwali, they become ghazal. So the main, जो आत्मा है गाने की, the spirit of a song is the, it can become a spiritual song, it can become a rock and roll song, or it can become a qawwali. So language is ruling the world, but my life is committed to sound and the melody.
Coming to Aman and Ayan, you spoke about them. They have your genes and they have built their own place in the world of music. When did you first spot that spark in you? Were they always expected to follow your footsteps? How did you get them to focus on classical music? And how was their childhood different from yours? Or was it the same? Because your childhood, there was a lot of dedication, focus, complete concentration on music. Was there any difference between their childhood and yours? So that's my second question. The first question is, when did you think that they are going to follow your footsteps?
You see, the role of the mother in every child's life, the role of mother is most important. What kind of mother? the child he has. So Amanian, they are very fortunate to have Subbalakshmi Barua. She was Barua from Assam, and an artist herself, because she is a disciple of legendary Rukmani Arundel, who created Kalakshetra in Chennai.
Okay.
And after my marriage, Rukmani Arundel gave a reception in Kalakshetra under that banyan tree. So she being an artist herself, she being a Bharatanatyam dancer, and she comes from a very cultured family. Her father, my father-in-law, was the hero of a first Assamese film called Joy Moti. And my father-in-law's elder brother was Mr. P.C. Barua, who was the member of parliament. So that's why Rukmani Devi met Mr. Barua. And so she comes from a cultured family. And my father, from the beginning in my life, he said, "Beta, we have a common God and we are the common race." This message is very important for every child to understand, because everybody come and go in the same way. There's no difference. So I believe we have a common God and we are the common race. So because of the encouragement of the mother, as I said, every mother is the first guru of the child. So because that was when Aman was born, that was my time. I was just traveling and traveling and traveling. And Subbalakshmi ji, took care, and she was playing records. And when I used to practice, I saw Aman drawn towards the music. He was dancing around me. And then a musical store in Delhi, it's called Rikhi Ram. They made a small Sarod for Aman. And he presented, Mr. Bishan Das was the person who gave the Sarod to Aman.
How old was he at that time?
He must have been 3-4 months old only. So it was like a toy for Aman. And he was just, handling and enjoying. And while, after 2 years, then Ayan Saab came, and then he was also following his elder brother. That was the time I realized there was not a songs to entertain children, Indian children. So we were always, there was an import of Jingle Bells and old MacDonald and this and that. So I thought, why shouldn't I create songs for the children? So I made an album, double cassette for HMV. Now it's called Saregama. It's still available. It's now CD. Why are we still singing Happy Birthday in English? Because they say, British, it's beautiful. I mean, I have nothing against English songs, but I thought, why not some song in our language? So even for birthday, I composed, "Aao sab milkar ho naache aur gaye ke baram ki salgira hai, salgira ho tumko mubarak, hum sab ki hai duaएं, aao hum sab mil." So all the children of one school and other school joined, and they recorded. And Mr. Satish Bhatia, great composer of Delhi, he was also Nalini Kumaran, the music teacher of modern school. So they were all involved in this project, and they gave their great inputs. And to make them, because we respect every religion. We respect every religion of the world, and the message I wanted to convey the children. So I composed a song, and the school children, they sang this song on TV also. Ya Muhammad, Jesus Christ, Gautam Buddha, Guru Nanak Ji. Ya Muhammad, Jesus Christ, Gautam Buddha, Guru Nanak Ji. हम आपके बच्चे हैं, अपनी शरण में रखना या Muhammad. So just to give them an idea that we should respect all faith, we should respect all religion, and because being a musician, my audience belong to every corner of the world. And I feel happy to say that I belong to every religion of the world. I belong to every religion of India. Why are we still fighting in the 21st century? We are still fighting and killing each other on the account of religion. I mean, this is the time to think about the future of your children. I mean, let the world be busy, whatever faith they want to carry on. But please think about your younger generation. Please talk about population. There should be population control in the world. Everywhere, I mean, the world is suffering. In our country, lakhs and lakhs of people sleep without food. In America also, I've seen, there are so many poor people, they don't have food to eat. So we must think this, population control is very, very important. And I'm grateful to my government, for honoring me with so many, awards and national awards and Indian awards. And I had the honor of, as a young boy, I had the honor of meeting Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru because of my father. He was receiving Padma Bhushan in 1960. I think you asked me my first foreign tour. That was in 1963. I was still in school. A delegation was going from Delhi on the invitation of Asia Society of New York.
Yes.
So there were dancers and musicians, and Pandit Birju Maharaj, who I call Birju Bhaiya, like my elder brother. So he insisted my father, because my father was afraid of flying. He never entered the plane. He refused all foreign concerts because he's afraid of flying. And going away from India, it was too much for him. There was Srimati, great Thumri singer, Naina Devi ji, and Birju Bhaiya, they, pleaded and they, requested my father to allow me to go. Finally, he agreed, and we were about 30, 40 people. And that was my first foreign tour to USA. And that was the time, Indian music was being realized. And Pandit Ravi Shankar, he played a very important role. And he became a symbol of Indian classical music. And for 2 months, we were traveling all over the world. And when I landed back in Delhi, the greatest surprise was my father at the airport to receive me. Palam Airport, it was called at that time.
Yes.
So my father was there to receive me. And but I never, lots of musicians of our country, they have settled down in every country, Germany, France, America, London. And they're doing very well. But, we, after long tour, we love to come back to India because you need some kind of, spiritual vibrations and the feeling where you were born, the feeling where I received love from Gwalior, Delhi, Mumbai, every town, every region. So the roots, the foundation is very, very important. And so I'm very happy that Aman Ayan They have received blessings from all over the world. And Aman, being the elder brother, his approach of music is different. And I am 2 years younger. His approach of music is different. So this is very, very, it's a greatest blessing. Because to sound like your father, to become absolutely carbon copy is not a very healthy thing.
Yes.
In some gharana, they become carbon copies. So that's nothing, that's not a healthy thing. To have your own identity, you know, my father, the way my father played, with his blessings, I could find I could create my own world with his blessings. Aman's approach is different, Ayan's approach is different, and they are very hardworking, very sincere, very kind, compassionate human being. So I'm very grateful to God that they are in my life, and we travel together, we perform together. But sometimes people invite Ayan to play solo, sometimes people invite Aman to play solo. That is also, one should not depend totally. I still play solo. And solo is much more challenging, because when you are alone on the stage, and no guru can help you when you are on the stage. So you have to deal, you have to manage, you have the freedom to show all your creativity.
But together, when you all play together, it's sheer magic. That's all I can say. You all play differently, but together you create magic. That's what I think touches people's hearts more than anything else.
You are very kind, you are very gracious, and this is the reaction of the world also.
Yes.
That we get now virtual invitation, we get to play all three of us together. I'm sure you might have seen on this 15th August, our Independence Day, 75th. Maybe next year will be 75th.
It will be next year, yes.
So we three of us, we have played Vande Mataram on the Sarod, we have played Vaishnav Janato and Ramdhun. Earlier, you know, classical musicians used to avoid playing. They thought it's nothing great to play Vande Mataram or Vaishnav Janto or Ramdhun. But on several occasions of Mahatma Gandhi's birthday, Mahatma Gandhi's death day, 30th January or 2nd October. So we have performed all over the world on these occasions. And we have great regards for Mahatma Gandhi and all our freedom fighters. We are grateful to them for our freedom.
When I was in the Confederation of Indian Industry and we were celebrating India at 60, I remember being in charge of that project, which was held in New York. And Nandan Nilekani was chairing that on behalf of Indian industry. And our immediate choice of, one of the India evenings was having you and Aman and Ayan play for us. And I think that was my first introduction live to your, you playing for an audience. And I have always remembered that. Of course, we have, had you in AIMA also, and we've had Aman and Ayan during one of the awards. Amazing, absolutely. But that journey started long back. And I'm glad we are still talking and we are still conversing with each other.
Thank you.
So having said that, one question to you. You're both a father and a guru to Aman and Ayan. So which is the role that you enjoy the most? Do you like being a guru to them, or do you forget about being a guru sometimes and being a father to them?
Now I think we are more friends. And from the very beginning, and when they were just began their journey, they will come and ask me after the concert my opinion about their concert. I always told them that please go and listen to your recording. You find where you could have done better. So I never imposed, or I never scolded them, but and then gradually, slowly, gradually, they realize the responsibility. I have often seen them, when the concert is around the corner, both of them in different rooms, they are preparing, they are practicing. So this responsibility that people have invited you, and people are inviting you, and people trust you, and it is your duty to give your best.
Best.
And now on my 75th birthday, the greatest gift was my grandchildren playing Sarod and played a piece of music. It's on YouTube, you can see that.
I will. I missed that.
The twin boys of Ayan. My younger son got married early. Aman still looking forward for a like-minded person. So these Abir and Zohan, they are nearly 9 now, or going to be 9. So they are twins, and they were going to school. But I mean, we have all suffered on account of this pandemic of COVID-19. But thanks to pandemic, that Abir and Zohan are playing Sarod. Because if they were going to school, they couldn't have got time.
Found the time, yes.
This pandemic gave them so much time at home, and their, the school classes, it's all on Zoom and all that. So thanks to Abir and Zohan's mother, Nima Sharma, my daughter-in-law, and she and Ayan gave so much time to Abir and Zohan that, I mean, sometimes they are playing for 2 hours.
How wonderful.
Whenever I say, how long you want to play? Sometime I'm teaching, sometime Aman is teaching, sometime Ayan has given a lot of time. But whenever I ask them, how long you want to play? Yaman or Tilakamut, they say, you decide. They often say, you decide. Other day I was talking to Zohan. I said, now they are in Mumbai. They have gone to their Nana Nani. Mr. Ramesh Sharma, famous filmmaker and actor. So I was talking to Zohan. I said, now when you come to Delhi, what do you want to eat? What they call my wife Dadi Aita. So I said, what do you want Dadi Aita to cook for you? What dish would you like to eat? Then he says, you decide.
So they have taken you as the guru.
I can't decide about your choice, so you have to think about yourself. So they are innocent children, and gradually they are realizing the world and the complex world. And so I wish them well, and I don't think it entirely depends on Ayan or Nima whether they want them to be a musician or IT person or chartered accountant or lawyer. It's up to them. But every human being should be connected with music. I'm not saying that the whole world should become musician, because these 7 notes, sa re ga ma pa dha ni, in European language they say do re mi fa sol la ti. Sound is the same. So these 7 notes, they are connected with our most important cells of our mind. It is my advice, humble advice, and appeal to all the schools that in the assembly hall, they make the children sing all kind of patriotic songs and devotional songs and Hamara Desh Mahan hai, ye wo. More than that, I mean, they're fine. I mean, they must learn whatever school decide. But sa re ga ma pa dha ni, this sound, they should sing every school. sa, re, ga, in a very slow tempo, because those vibration of those notes, sa, re, ga, ma, pa, dha, ni, sa, then descending. Sa, ni, dha, pa, ma, ga, this also. So this is like a mantra. Like, everybody they have realized the benefits of yoga. I'm also involved in yoga. And I think this Surya Namaskar is a great asana. I think it completes everything. So this Sargam, Saregama Pada Ni, every school, because it is very healthy for the children's mind and body. Instead of, thrusting, imposing all kind of songs, Sanskrit song, English song, Hindi song, Deshbhakti song, devotional song, it's fine. I mean, the music teachers of the schools can teach them whatever songs are required for them, for their Founders' Day, for their functions. But to begin the morning, this Sargam is most important for every child of the world. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. But this sound. और हमारे देश में कहते हैं स्वर ही ईश्वर है.
Yes.
And sound connects you to God. Otherwise, what is the reason? On every spiritual places, every religion institutions, there are group singings, bhajan, kirtan, and hymns in the church. There is an organ, there is a piano, and so by and large, people are calling their God Almighty through sound, through music. Da, ra, na, na. How beautiful the sound. Entire Middle East. La, ra, na, na, ra, 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 na. So the call of the prayer,
yes,
we call it azan. There is so much difference of azan of Middle East and India, because they are trained. They are trained, and we have been to all the religious places of the world. We performed in Jerusalem also, and we visited the place of Jesus Christ and Al-Aqsa Mosque. Very, very, the Moses visited that place, Prophet came to that place. So it's an amazing history. Israel, very ancient country, and their history is amazing. So anyway, the sound play a very important role. What I'm trying to say that please listen to, especially for my young friends, because there is a danger of noise pollution also. We talk about air pollution, but noise is also dangerous. So
Yes.
one should not listen to noise. And noisy music, loud music, it is damaging for the mind and body. So try to listen to any kind of music. Folk music is amazing. I love folk music. In our country especially, a region can be identified through a song and the dance. I mean, imagine Rajasthani music, Himachal folk, Kashmir folk, Gujarati folk, Bengal folk. So a line of melody can introduce the region and the country. So music has so much power. So be connected with appealing music, and I pray to God that all the young people, I hope they achieve everything what they desire and deserve in their life. And thank you, AIMA, for giving me this honor and pleasure to serve you. And Aman, Ayan, all of us, we are always there to serve you wherever you want our services, and we are proud of you.
Thank you, Khan Sahab. There are many questions which are coming in, but we are running out of time. But any closing thoughts and advice you may have for the young people here today, especially those who might want to take up music as a career?
Music as a career, it just happened, you know. Musicians cannot be created. Musician becomes musician by the grace of God. But don't think classical music is a profession. Music, Indian classical music or music is my passion. I'm very embarrassed to say that it is my profession, but I have to live on music and I have to live for music. But don't think that through being a classical musician, you can become Mr. Mukesh Ambani or Mr. Adani. That's a different life. That's a different way of life. But as I said earlier, that if you want to learn music, please learn to find out the depth. For that, my life is committed and dedicated to know the depth of music. And I never realized when I became a musician. So I didn't try to become a musician. And when I was mentioning about Prayag Sangeet Samiti of Allahabad, I mean, I think I mentioned it, they invited me and they gave me first award of my life. It was called Sarod Samrat.
Wow.
A music institution at the age of 15 or 16. I mean, I feel embarrassed to mention all these things, but what I'm saying that to receive an award from a music institution at a young age, it's very, very encouraging. So I feel that young musicians today, musicians around 40s, they should be honored. They should receive all the government encouragement, public encouragement, public awards, national awards, international awards, because this is a very, very important, it's a turning point for people who are in their 40s. If they are not encouraged properly, they can, they will be, their future may be different. They may be talented with the encouragement, with the blessings. They can achieve whatever they are trying for. But in our country, unfortunately, the history goes back that till the time you are not 70, 80, 90, you don't get national awards like Padam Shri, Padam Bhushan, Padam Vibhushan, all these awards. So please don't wait for musicians to become old. Please give them award, give them encouragement where they are active. People who are 40, 50. Because I have seen the history of Indian government and the kind of the government system has been doing things. So I hope every hardworking, every young person, they all achieve their goal of life, and I wish them all. But what my father often said, to achieve your goal of life, you have to be very tolerant and patient. अपनी मंजिल को पाने के लिए आपको बर्दाश्त और सब्र की जरूरत है। अपने ऊपर बर्दाश्त और सब्र जो है, इट्स लाइक ए साधना। इफ यू हैव बर्दाश्त की शक्ति, सब्र की शक्ति, फिर और कोई पूजा करने की जरूरत नहीं है।
ट्रू,
यही पूजा है। तो ये, क्योंकि मैं देखता हूँ अपने, while people are driving और लड़ाई झगड़ा और आवाज आती है, अरे तुझे नहीं पता मैं कौन हूँ। एक झगड़ा हो रहा है सड़क के ऊपर, यू डोंट नो हु आई एम। इतना जल्दी आपको पता लग गया आप कौन है। इट्स वेरी सैड। तो इसीलिए टॉलरेंस जो है वो मंत्र है, पेशेंस, टॉलरेंस, बर्दाश्त, सब्र। और ये क्रिएटिव वर्ल्ड में और भी ज्यादा जरूरत है, क्योंकि फ्रस्ट्रेशन आ जाता है जब लोग आपको नहीं बुला रहे हैं, जब आपको प्रोग्राम नहीं मिलता है, जब आपको तारीफ नहीं मिलती है। देन यू स्टार्ट सेइंग आई एम द ग्रेटेस्ट। ऐसे बहुत सारे क्रिएटिव जीनियस लोग हैं, वो खुद ही कहते हैं कि आई एम द ग्रेटेस्ट। तो इट्स वेरी सैड, क्योंकि humility is most important, and anybody whoever might have achieved whatever they have, they must always think inside कि हमारे पास अभी क्या नहीं है, क्या नहीं कर सकते हैं। This is very important. So that will give you subject to think and work hard, and then finally achieve your goal of life. So I think I've said enough.
But a lot of good messages for our young people are coming through what you have talked to them about today. Dedication, commitment, and focus is something that they all need to be very clear about, because that's what will get them success. Respect all faiths, I think something which all of us need to remember going forward. Tolerance and patience, and then collaboration and working together. So from our conversation today, I think a lot of lessons the young people will take back today on how to, look at their careers, whether it is in music or in any other area, because these are all common factors which bind everybody together. So thank you so much, Khan Sahib. It has been an absolute pleasure talking to you and an honor. And I hope we continue to have you on the AIMA platform to inspire young people, to inspire not just the young people, even the older people. And wish you and Aman and Ayan and Subhalakshmi ji all the very best. You're a wonderful family with so much tehzeeb and so much culture and so much to share with all the people around us. So thank you very much for joining us today. Namaskar.
One more thing I would like to, my humble appeal to all the teachers of the school. Please be kind and compassionate and tolerant with the children. Because my grandchildren, one day, they were feeling very sad when they came, and they were trying to complain about their teacher. I mean, I don't want to mention his name. And the teacher told them, Buddhu बेवकूफ, हमें बुद्धू कहा, हमको बेवकूफ कहा. So naturally they get afraid of that subject.
Yeah.
They get afraid of that teacher. Whatever they may not be doing very well, I can understand that. But the teachers have to be much more tolerant, much more patient. Please don't abuse the children. So
absolutely.
And also, historically, the moment children go to school, the class teacher, good morning, sir, good evening, madam, whatever it is, open your notebooks. No personal touch. I think every school of the world should have a class where the children will not carry their books inside. the teacher, the class teacher or principal or whatever, just please talk to them. How are you? Share the meaning of compassion. Share the meaning of love. Share the meaning of samarpan. Talk about their parents. Because parents play a very important role.
Correct.
More than the teacher. What is your message for the parents? Talk about their mother, about their father, sister, brothers. Just talk to the children. There should be some personal touch also. So unfortunately, day by day, now unfortunately, because of pandemic, now more distance. Now things are happening the way we are talking to each other. So the children are learning through iPad or computer and this Zoom. The culture of Zoom has started. People are asking us for a virtual concert. So the whole world scenario is changing. But I'm sorry I interrupted, and I felt like saying that's my humble appeal to all the teachers of the world, especially our country. Be kind, compassionate, and tolerant to the children. This is very important because, children should be tolerant, I understand, but even the teachers. So thank you so much.
It's a very important message. Thank you so much, Khan sir. It's an absolute pleasure again having you with us. And I hope we continue having you on the AIMA platform going forward.
Thank you.
And on behalf of all the young people who have logged in today and who are listening to us, a big thank you and a big namaskar. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the program today, and we thank our eminent speakers who have addressed us during all sessions. A special thanks once again to all our sponsors for today's events. We thank Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages, Reliance Industries Limited, and Tata Steel as our principal sponsors, Shiksha Foundation and Vardhaman Textiles as co-sponsor. We also thank our local management associations who have partnered with us for this event today. Ladies and gentlemen, a certificate of participation can be downloaded by the participants from the link which is being displayed on the screen right now. It is also mentioned in the chat box. Please note that the certificates can be downloaded from this link from 10 a.m. onwards on 27th August and will be available online till 31st August. So do make a note of this link and get your participation certificates. Thank you all once again for joining us, and we look forward to meeting you all soon again at another AIMA program. Thank you. Have a good day.
सब जाने से चेहरे हैं, पहचाने पुरानी हैं। हम शरबती रस की एक कहानी हैं। हिंदुस्तान से हैं हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं। हाथों में कई फन हैं, आवाज मशीनों की है, ऊंचा मयार अपना और आदा हसीनों की। आने वाले दौर की हम एक निशानी हैं। हिंदुस्तान से हैं हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं। हम ख्वाब भी बुनते हैं, और रंग भी चुनते हैं। जो जिंदगी कहती है हर अंग से सुनते हैं। हम आँख लिखते हैं जो वादे ज़बानी हैं। हिंदुस्तान से हैं हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं। तहजीब है सदियों की और लम्हों में जीते हैं। दो होंठ लगाकर हम ये जिंदगी पीते हैं। उड़ते हैं तो बादल हैं, बहते हैं तो पानी हैं। हिंदुस्तान से हैं हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं। हिंदुस्तान से हैं हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं।
आने वाले कल की दस्तक हमें सुनाई देती है। नई मंजिल है जिस ओर हमें वो दिशा दिखाई देती है। नए इंडिया का नया जोश, नए इंडिया का नया जोश, नए जोश से निकल पड़े हम। आने वाला कल होगा हमारा। नए इंडिया का नया जोश।
और नए इंडिया के सफर में टेक्नोलॉजी की शक्ति लेकर आपका भागीदार रहेगा रिलायंस। नए इंडिया का नया जोश।
Welcome to the world of Tata Steel, a flagship company of the global business conglomerate, the Tata Group. Tata Steel is one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers, with operations and commercial presence across the world. The story began with the dream of one man, Jamsetji Nusirwanji Tata, a pioneer, a visionary, a man ahead of his times. He had his heart set on building a steel plant in India that would compare with the best globally. His dream was brought to fruition by his son, Dorabji Tata, and thus was born Tata Iron and Steel in Jamshedpur in 1907. At the turn of the 21st century, fueled by its global aspirations, Tata Steel expanded its footprint to Southeast Asia in Singapore and Thailand. Acquisition of Chorus in Europe in 2007 placed it amongst the top global steel companies in the world. In 2015, Tata Steel set up a state-of-the-art integrated steel plant at Kalinganagar, Odisha in India. The Phase 2 expansion of Kalinganagar steel plant from 3 million TPA to 8 million TPA is currently underway. The company is all set to pursue domestic growth with its acquisition of Bhushan Steel Limited and the steel business of Usha Martin. This forms part of the overall strategy to increase its India footprint, build capacity in long products, and enrich the product portfolio. Besides steel manufacturing facilities, the company has mining assets in the state of Jharkhand and Odisha in India. Tata Steel has evolved into a leading steel manufacturer, catering to diverse market segments. In its trend-setting journey, spanning more than a century, Tata Steel has contributed immensely towards the well-being of the planet and people. Guided by its vision to be the global steel industry benchmark for value creation and corporate citizenship, Tata Steel is poised to lead the future.
It all started in the year 1920 when some eminent industrialists of Kolkata founded the Marwari Balika Vidyalaya. Later, in 1954, Sri Shikshadhan School was founded, and in 1955, Sri Shikshadhan College came into being with the objective of further propagating quality education to girls. All these institutions have continued to excel under the management of the Shikshathan Foundation.
The year was 1920, when some of my forefathers thought that female education needed to be propagated much more actively than was the custom in those days. The latest addition to our bouquet of institutions has been the Calcutta Business School, which was started a few years ago.
Calcutta Business School offers an AICTE approved, autonomous, 2-year full-time residential program on postgraduate diploma in management.
Dear students, at Calcutta Business School, apart from the regular PGDM program where we specialize in operations, finance, marketing, HR and data analytics, we have added family business to it. We are also having another program for working individuals with 5 years of experience who would like to enhance their career. This is an 18-month course, AICTE approved.
If excelling is your essence, then you are welcome to Calcutta Business School. Center of Excellence, centered on excellence.
India's largest vertically integrated textile manufacturing company, Vardhaman Textiles, is delivering customer delight for over 5 decades. Offering a product basket with an unparalleled variety, at Vardhaman, technology enables creativity. Weaving excellence, the group's manufacturing units are equipped with most advanced technological solutions from global leaders. The looms are equipped to produce complex weave structures, fine count delicate fabrics, seersucker fabrics, pleated fabrics and artisanal fabrics using fancy yarns. With jacquard looms, the company can produce intricate designs using 12 different weft colors. Adapting with agility, Vardhaman is reinventing textile manufacturing.